All right. So last we left off in the never before God all the way back when, you guys had finally cleared the mansion of all nasties after having been joined by a new companion, a rather friendly dragon.
Get me.
Yeah, sorry for my first reaction being shooting you.
It's okay, being locked in an unlocked room kind of makes up for it.
And that is now part of recorded history.
The entire world knows of this now.
Yay!
Hi, YouTube!
I'm the guy that locked myself in a deadlocked room.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
cleared mansion full of bad things, came back.
Found all sorts of wonderful goodies, and the
Well,
party decided that it might be time to clean out their pockets. It was getting a little cumbersome.
Mm.
Did anyone go back and pick up the rest of that treasure? I swear there was a room that we went in, and then we got, like, some of it, and we said that we'd come back for the rest of it.
I think we cleared up pretty much everything we wanted from it, so I'm going to assume so. I don't remember us not grabbing everything.
I'm pretty sure that we did do that. Like, we did clear the place out.
Yes, you did go back and collect everything, so there was...
Because I know there was stuff that was too heavy for us to carry around with us, and we said we'd go back and collect it.
Yeah. Which,
I'm sure it's been taken into consideration that anything of value has been taken.
yeah.
Value or use has been appropriated. Is that the word?
Yeah.
So, you had made your way back to Calmaraine, reported into Alma, and I don't believe
Rest for the night.
you'd rested for the night. She said that... And then
Yep.
you guys were going to do a little shopping in the morning.
And I was going to have a conversation with Selenia. That was
Correct.
going to last about an hour.
Okie doke.
So, currently, the bank totals sheet does contain everything in there. And I have now the breakdown of everything that you had wanted to sell, which we had listed in the Discord chat because I thankfully wanted to make sure that I didn't forget anything. Now it's just the question of who wants to do the selling and where.
Selenia does have a pretty decent charisma, so if we want to try see if that'll help, and diplomacy, so that might help there.
I think my diplomacy is probably a bit higher than yours.
I mean, you can always work together. And I'm not one for dealing and bartering. Unless it's...
Let's do a quick check.
I believe I've got the shield that I was going to sell, because obviously it being of magical nature, I know how much it's actually worth, so I can go in and say, well, actually, no, it is worth this. So I will take this, X amount for it. So Seraph will say that she'll get that sold to the right people for the right amount.
Even though one of our party members, I think, is a little suspicious of your valuation.
But anyhow, I mean,
Yes,
I
so
guess it-
Sarah
I-
had done an appraisal check and had a figure that she believed it was worth and told the party a number. The party kind of got the impression that that wasn't accurate. But at the time, no one
Only
pressed
Meredith.
the point.
I think
That
it was only
golden
Meredith,
shield.
because everybody else's values was quite close to what Seraph had said, so none of us had any reason to doubt. I think it was only Meredith that had the different number.
or the rest of it's just
Meredith didn't think he was worth anything.
But yeah, I guess. I mean, Yaren wouldn't really be that bothered in dealing with merchants and all that. Like, he'd come along just to be a bit of a intimidating backup, I guess, in case things got a bit. Yeah, you want things to get a bit more lively. But other than that, he'd just stay in the background. I guess it's who would want to sell. Never mind, the numbers. I guess who would be actually wanting to go and sell things rather than who has the better score.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of the
don't think
more.
I'd want to barter that much.
Yeah, I mean, like. Yeah.
I mean, Meredith would probably go and hang about, listening or doing whatever, helping.
Yeah. So I guess. So who's going to go and sell the stuff?
Well,
I'm gonna
Somebody
go and sell the
offered,
shield.
but if somebody has a better diplomacy, I wouldn't object.
my flat rate is 10, so
I mean, as I was saying, I'd say it's not necessarily. I mean, I would say necessarily not necessarily about the stats themselves, but more about the characters of. Would Selenia want to go around bartering with merchants?
Wouldn't necessarily want to, but if asked, would not refuse.
Yes. So yeah, maybe if you with help from the others, and I will be around basically.
I
don't
think
really
yeah,
want to-
Rate due to versatile performance is 33.
I would say that we all go together.
Makes sense.
Would we all
Charlie-
get together, or would
if Charlie would possibly Eliza would possibly do any do any bartering, not using her diplomacy, but Jaren is definitely there to say, look, if you want to take us for a ride, I'm ready to sort of
I mean, I'd also say just to carry everything,
Intimidate-
we probably
just to
need
throw-
someone with.
just to throw a bit of intimidation in there. Jaren would be very good for that.
Yeah, I mean, to
Plus
be
the
fair,
fact we've got 3, in quotation marks, dragons.
I mean, I'd also say that we're just with the amount of stuff we're wanting to sell, we'd need some decent muscles to carry it. So I imagine between, like me, maybe Selenia, and maybe I don't
We're
know
probably
Artemis.
carrying a
I
few
don't know how strong Artemis is, but between us, we'd probably be able to carry everything. But that's
large sized and quadrupedal? Yeah, that's.
You're essentially a pack mule.
I also think I have a bag that can carry things.
I could also say that Meredith is surprisingly strong for what she looks like.
yeah.
And that's not in dragon form.
Yeah, I'd say we all go to with probably Eliza and Selenia taking the lead on selling, except of course if Seraph wants to sell the shield, whatever. I don't care. I think if that's how we do things, just to kind of get the show on the road, if that sounds good.
So, a quick question. I opened my character sheet, and it's behind everybody. Like, on the Roll20 thingy. It's behind everyone's icons, and I don't know how to fix that.
There should be a button in the top left that lets it pop out.
That's better, thank you.
Yeah, to put on a separate put on a separate window.
I put it on a separate window as well. And if I had a separate screen, it would sit on a separate screen. But I don't.
I
so it hasn't.
Thank you for the idea, yes.
Yes, the wonderful, wonderful way of having dual monitors.
Try 4.
I do
My
have.
desk isn't
I
big
do-
enough.
I do have a second monitor in the pipeline. I'm just waiting to be given it.
I have my tablet that I draw on.
It's I've took Bagsy's over my father's, but I'm still waiting for Mum to deal with it. So, but but that's what I'd do. I'd have it on a separate. Anyway, let's sell some stuff, do some rituals, and crack on. That's what I say.
All right.
Yeah, I just sort of, was it Jack? Your nat 20 diplomacy wouldn't even be close to beating my nat 1.
No, but I am quite a diplomatic person. I do have a +9 in it.
I have a plus 33.
Ladies,
Plus
ladies,
22.
ladies, you're both pretty. Let's not get into a dick measuring contest between stats. It doesn't fucking matter.
And I'm not saying that.
No,
I'm just saying I'm
alright,
relatively diplomatic.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not saying I want to.
Yeah,
Seraph isn't even with you guys at the minute.
Okay. I'm just saying, let's not start comparing stats. It doesn't end well, and doesn't end anywhere. So I think basically Seraph is going to sell the shield, and the rest of us are going along with carrying everything else, basically, to sell it to some other merchants. If that I guess that
Yes.
I guess we'll start with however it wants to be.
Ooh.
All right.
Well, I like that.
So, Seraph is heading off on her own, carrying the shield. The rest of you are kind of gathering it here and there, and
I would say I'd probably, I'd probably be kind of wandering a bit far away, just kind of trying to keep an eye on both, just so I kind of know roughly where Seraph goes. Just, at least that'd be my intention. So that I roughly know a direction, if nothing else.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys get everything kind of bundled in together onto a cart because it is quite a lot of items.
Yep.
And you guys head to pretty much the only place where you could even think of selling anything, the battle market.
Is the battle market, is this an area of several merchants selling different things, or is this kind of like one area of where everybody sells to one person sort of thing?
So the battle market is, and I will bring you guys over here.
I believe B11's the battle market, isn't it?
It's a big dome.
The big 2-level dome, if I remember rightly.
3, technically.
Is it 3? Was there a? Is it a basement or a second level? I can't remember. We did do a battle in here.
Yeah, I seem to recall a lot of levels. At least 3, possibly more.
Yes, so there are 3 levels. And you all have entered the first floor. And basically what there is a kind of bar/tavern area to the northwest. The entire eastern side are various shops, merchants, and stalls. And you remember the southeast or southwest was the quarters for the fighters that would take place in the central arena.
That's right. Well, I'm guessing if we look at our stuff, we're going to want to go to some sort of gem merchant to sell the gems. And then probably for the bulk of this would be some sort of armor/weapons stall for the rest of it, and then any items of jewelry will go through the gems merchant maybe, or a jeweler.
Hmm.
I mean,
Any other kind of specific pieces?
I mean,
most of its weapons with most of its weapons and armor, and then it's
so we sell most of the weapon as armor to the same person, presumably to the same store unless there's multiple, but just to get the best price. Then we would probably want to sell gems to somebody who can sell gems.
I mean, gems are their own form of currency in these kind of places. But
So yes, you have a list of weapons, a list of armor, 4 magical items that do not fall under either of those categories, and then a chest full of gems, basically.
So gems to the gems or jewelers.
I mean,
armor and weapons to whichever is relevant, and then the magical items. We can either sell it to a magical items vendor, or we sell it to the general vendors, and they just get lucky to get a magical item.
Or do we potentially want to help equip some of the defense in the city here with some of our extra stuff? Because we're the good guys.
Well, we could sell a proportion of that weapons and armor, and then put the other portion, say like a 50-50 split, if that's what we wanted, and put the other 50% into the army.
Then again, don't they have quite a lot of well investment anyway? Like, from what I remember, these guys were pretty...
Trade princes are behind them. I would
weren't they pretty well equipped anyway, from what I remember? I don't know if they need it. Like,
maybe that's the question we need to ask the DM in whatever form. From what we know, or what we don't know, how well equipped and backed are the security forces, fighters in Calmarain?
So, there are 3, I guess, divisions of the armed forces here in Calmarain. There is the City Guard, which they're very well equipped. They are all equipped with masterwork equipment, mostly some studded leather. Maybe a watch captain might have a bit of chainmail. Generally looser garb for quick responses to any outbreaks of like riots or thieves, stuff like that. Nothing really heavy. Then there is the caravan guards under the direct pay of the trade princes. They are very handsomely equipped. You would not doubt that a good portion of their equipment has been magically enhanced to ensure that the goods arrive safely. And then there is the basically it would be the garrison, the armed force that is kept for potential invasions or to make expeditions to clear out threats along the trade route in Kelmarain's territory. They would be kind of in between the two. You know, they might have maybe a little bit nicer weapons. Maybe one or two of them have scraped together and gotten a magical bit of armor here or there, but not as you. They don't have the backing of the trade princes directly. They have had to kind of make do themselves while still being under Trade Prince Alma's direction.
So it would be, if it was going anywhere, it would go to the garrison.
If this vast majority of your product would actually, like, you only have 4 masterwork items and 2 enchanted items in terms of weapons. Everything else is regular, so it would be deemed less than what even the city guard carries.
Yeah, like I think they're well equipped and well backed enough for us to not need like maybe some of the magic or the masterwork stuff. Maybe they might be interested, but again, I don't know if they would be. So I think
the best bet would be that you might be able to sell the magical items to the garrison. You know, kind of on an individual level. Again, each individual is given the masterwork items, and then they're paid well enough that they can acquire magical items on their own.
Yeah. Just
a bit of standard equipment, and then they can purchase their own modifications and upgrades as the guardsman sees fit.
Exactly, since they are more individual forces.
Yeah, but we probably wouldn't though get me as good a price, I'd imagine, if they're just individuals.
Okay, we may as well sell it. I think we should get the best price for them. I mean, if we can get a good price from anyone in the garrison who wants to buy from us, I'm quite happy to sell to them if it's going to enhance them. But if we're not going to get a good price, they get in the shop.
Yeah, because there's not many there that necessarily say. Because if you want to get a good price out of any one of them, you'd probably want to get maybe to one of the unit captains. But we're
only getting paid for any missions or loot we get. We're not getting regular pay, are we?
No.
Well,
not like a garrison or a caravan or a city guard would get.
No, we're hired mercs. We get paid job to job.
Yeah, we get paid a bounty for the job, and then we get to keep the stuff we find.
Yeah, so we want to be making the best coin we can, otherwise we're not making a living.
Yeah, that's the mercenary lifestyle.
Which is the merc lifestyle, isn't it? So let's sell it.
Yeah,
sell a lot.
Okay, so while you guys are, discussing kind of what your plans are, Seraph has kind of split off to find a magical artifact stall, and does happen to find one that boasts a number of magical items up front. It also boasts a very, very large armed orc as a guard.
Boy, would I have seen this, because I did say I was kind of keeping an eye out.
Yes, you would see this.
Okay, that's fine. I just know it. Okay, that's fine.
Alright, Seraph.
So Seraph is going to, she's not afraid of this orc, because there's only 2 races that she's afraid of, and that is not one of them. So she is just going to walk past without really paying much attention to him, and she's going to walk towards the stall and speak to the vendor.
Where's human?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Ah, yes. How can I help you, little girl?
I've come across this item, this magical item, whilst I was doing some work for Alma. Is it Alma?
If you are referring to her trade prince, Alma, yes.
Name for a moment. I came across this item and I thought, well, this is probably the best place to start.
Very well. Let's see what you have here. So he takes the item and pulls out a few items from underneath the counter. Magnifying glass, a kind of a jeweler's eyepiece, and a pouch. I'm not sure what the pouch is for yet, but so he starts looking over the item and examining it for any dings, dents, examining the craftsmanship, the artistry on it.
After a few moments go by, I'll say to him, if it helps, I've already done some research and study on the item, and I've come to realise that it is a golden shield of blinding light, masterfully crafted.
So you say, so you say. And he reaches over to the pouch and pulls out what looks like a pinch of dust. And he sprinkles it, and you both are able to visibly see an aura kind of surrounding the shield. So it is. Very well. And what were you wishing to do with this item today?
Well, I don't usually use shields myself, and the companions that I am travelling with, they don't have need for it. And I knew where I could sell it. So it is for sale. I have a general idea of pricing that I'd like to get for this item, because it is quite rare, quite high class and quality.
Agreed. It's a very nice item. It's it's a bit gaudy. It's going to take a bit to sell it, but I have a few individuals who might like it. It is made of solid gold, so that is something that's both of value and of detraction, given that it's a little softer, so it's not meant for any real hard use. I could purchase this for 2,045 gold pieces if you'd like.
I know it's worth a lot more than that.
It is worth a bit more, not a lot. Of course, like, I am in the business of selling things. I have to make money myself. Who else is going to pay for Bruno?
I was thinking more around maybe the 7,500 mark.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check.
Hold on, I did have my character sheet open, but when I accidentally tabbed backwards, it closed my character sheet as well. There we go. Skills. 22 again.
7,000 is far beyond its actual value. No chance of that. No. The most I could ever consider is 2,500 gold.
Sheriff stands there and ponders for a moment, and then she'll say, I'll have a think about it.
Very well. You know where my shop is. I'm here every day.
Thank you very much. And she'll take the shield and leave.
Alright. And
Is there anywhere else?
So that was one of the 2 dedicated magic item vendors. There's also 1 or 2 general stores, you would say, adventuring supplies and whatnot. And there's
Are there any like nobles, sort of?
Not in the battle market.
Not in the battle market. Okay, well I will look at seeing if I could interest other people in it, because being made of solid gold, it's the sort of thing that a very, very wealthy person would hang on their wall. At least that would be Seraph's thoughts on the matter.
So you could find nobles in the crowds, but there's no store that caters to nobles. Let me clarify that.
Yeah.
So, go ahead and give me another diplomacy check, and we'll come back to this. And the rest of the group.
One additional.
So you guys have sorted out what you want to do.
Everybody else?
As far as I'm aware, well, I guess one thing we should go is see, I don't know, a weaponsmith or a weapons seller, arms dealer, whatever the hell they'd be called, and go and see if we can sell these weapons and armor. And then I guess we'll go to one of the magic item vendors and see what they say. But I'm probably not taking the lead. I would leave that to someone who's probably far more charismatic than I am, so Salonia or Eliza or whatever. Someone not me. If they just need me to grunt aggressively, I will do so on command. But other than that, I'm staying in the background.
It's like, this man is in the background. It's up to you whether or not he stays there.
Yeah. You're here, aren't you, barbarian?
You're definitely kind of given the SP to look intimidatory without being overzealous on it.
But yeah,
there's accidentally a hole in the wall. So sorry, I thought that I've just wanted to pick him up a little bit.
There's a spider.
I'm here to redecorate your room.
Spider. You get frightened by a spider. Splat.
I'm reconfiguring your stall. I thought you'd want an open plan.
Didn't you hear? Open doors are much more inviting to customers.
I'll just take this one down for you.
Yeah, so what should we go for first? Just selling off the generic weaponry first?
I'd say so.
Yeah, go for that. Go for the generic.
Yeah, so that's where we'll go first then, Pethrax, to some kind of weapons vendor.
Okay. So you approach a shop that is flanked by two others. On the left, it seems to be mainly arms, weapons, ammunition. To the right is armor, shields, helmets, gauntlets, and whatnot. And right in the center is kind of an all you could ever possibly need one-stop shop for adventurers. You see bits of rope, torches, carrying cases, sleeping gear, kits, potions, all sorts of wonderful stuff that any adventurer could probably find a use for.
Oh, good, a mini mart.
So
Adventurers Buffet.
So we've got a general store in the middle, and then we have a killie thing on the right, on one side, and a stopping the killie on the other side. Good to know.
Well, there you go. I mean,
Look, there's a little extra.
what do we do? Do we split the
I
items
almost thought
up?
you were going to put something like a not just like a Walmart symbol. It's just like everything's in here. Okay, so shall we sell the weaponry first? We could sell armor then as weapons armor, and then we can see if there's anything in the regular shop that could be of help to us. I pause for others.
Yeah, no, go for it. Go for it.
I'm in agreement.
Let's get the best price we can, though.
Okay, so who wants to take the lead on this?
So let's go to. What are we doing? We doing it one and then go to the next and then go to the next, or I suppose we have to, don't we?
Oh, we are going to. It's just who's going to take the lead in terms of actually doing the talk.
Okay, so I'll look around, and if no one does anything, I'll kind of look at you and kind of gesture that we'll both walk forward, and I'll say to the vendor, good morning, fine sir.
Right, so which one are you walking into?
We're going to the armor store first,
Yeah,
I think.
The armor store.
The armor store. Okay.
Actually, as I'm walking up to the armor store, who is the vendor? Is it a male or female
So as you're walking into the vendor to the armor store, a man pops out from behind a suit of armor. Fairly slight build, smile on the face, and a turban. Hello. Welcome to my shop. How can I help you?
Good day to you, fine sir. I believe we might be able to be of service to you. We have been out and about, working for Alma on various things, and we've just come back, and we've got a cachet of things we would like to offer you if you might be interested in purchasing them for a fair price.
Oh, of course. Come this way. I'm always curious to see what adventurers have to bring. Some of them quite useful, some a little less, but always find a use here at Casbah's.
Well, Casbah's. Let's see what we can do. I
assume that at this time we've got Jaren holding it. It just says, Jaren, could you bring some of the items in, please?
Yes. There's a lot of general stuff here, but we think it might come in use for people.
Yeah, I can grab a few things. I don't know, maybe some of the leather armor.
Also, the masterwork breastplate as well.
Yeah. There's a whole. I'll just grab like a couple of things. Nothing too difficult to carry.
A bit of paper or like a bit of notch, and just kind of give the vendor a list. Like, this is the full list of the protective equipment that we've been able to find. And are willing to sell.
Yes. So I would need to make sure. I would need at least one of the studded leathers, the splint mail, and I kind of really need to see one of each, just to make sure I get a good feel, make sure that the quality is quite right.
So, but of
So cool.
So we would get him the items that he would ask for, and sure.
Okay. So he starts going over everything. He's got a slate and starts making some notes and checks the condition of them. Obviously, a few of them have some blood stains, some holes in them from various stabby bits.
Not all of them done by us.
Alright, so I do see that we've got at least on the list, that you've got 10 sets of studded leather. And I'm assuming all in about the same condition?
Take it about right.
Right. So for each of those, I'd offer, because you're giving me 10 sets, which quite a good amount, I'd offer 13 gold each. Let's see. This breastplate, there's nothing unique about it, nothing exceptional, but it's a good piece, and I'd offer 100 for it. These two are much better made. I'd offer 175 a piece for those two. This splint mail, I'll be honest, I couldn't really know anyone that I could sell it to. Unfortunately, we don't get a lot of dragons out here. Sorry. You might try the curio store down the way. They might be interested, but I couldn't do anything about that. But for this leather armor, though, that one is a bit nicer, obviously. Someone has worked a bit on it.
I'm going to step away for just a sec.
I'm sorry?
Going to use the bathroom, stepping away for just a sec.
Got it. So for this leather armor, I could go... Oh, I'll go 600 for you.
So how much would that be for the grand total?
132.
So in total, I'd be looking at... there's a few quick sums. Would be 1180. 1,180 gold pieces.
So 1,180. So.
What do you think, Eliza? I think, 1,000. What was it? 1,000. 1180.
Correct.
Let's see if we could do a little better than that. We're probably thinking a little higher. So how about a little bit like 1,300 to start for the lot?
Nice whole number.
What say you?
Sorry, got a message. Say that again.
And I would like to attempt to haggle it for 1,300 for the lot.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check.
Okay, versatile performance, so I can use my performance win check in its place.
Okay.
42.
All right. Since I could not purchase the splint mail, I'll go an even 1,300 for you. Especially since you're giving me such a good quantity here.
I'm happy with that.
Yes, I'll be happy to shake hands for it.
Yes. Yes.
So, yep, do the deal.
All right, and he will start writing everything up for a receipt, and then he'll pause and say, "Will you be making any purchases or any additional sales today?"
Sorry, back.
I have the stuff that I need, thank you. But if we do get any other nice items, be sure that we'll also bring them your way.
Oh, no. I am asking here at the battle market if someone wishes to do a continual amount of work. It can be inconvenient to carry quantities of gold back and forth, and the risk of urchins snagging some is terrible. We here at the market have devised a kind of workaround. You see, we write a writ saying what we have done for the day, and at the end of the day, you take it to the paymaster. He has a little shop set up on the second floor, and he will have everything transferred to your account or out of an account to the appropriate parties. So that way it's all done all at once instead of having to carry everything around.
We do have other items to sell elsewhere.
Yes. But,
Perfect. Then yes, what I'll do is I'll write this writ here, and you just carry that with you. Each time you make any other transactions, they will add to this writ, and at the end of the day, you see the paymaster, the battle market master. He will transact everything for you all at once.
a very convenient system. Yes, thank you very much.
Very well, then. It was a pleasure doing business. Have many safe journeys and many profitable returns.
I kind of nod cordially to him and begin to leave. And once we're outside, I'll bring everyone up to speed if they're not aware of how the system works, and that this is how much money we've been able to get for the lot, and that when we're finished, we just take it up to the second floor to get all the money actioned.
I don't see a problem with it.
No, that's no problem from me either.
So if we're okay there, so we can now go to the weapons merchant and then to do the same with the weaponry. Like the non-magical weaponry, that was anyway.
Normal shit.
Alright. So now you head over to the arms, and as you step into the stall, from behind a kind of rack of pole arms steps a man of slight build, turban, and a smile.
Good day to you, sir.
Hello, yes. How can I help you today?
Yes, we've recently, me and my companions, have just done some work for Trade Prince Alma, and in our little journeys, we've been able to amass some spare equipment we'd like to possibly sell to your establishment.
Very well. Always glad to restock. And is it obviously if I can't offer someone the right weapon, it means I make no sale. Yes, come, show me what you have.
Okay, so we'll get examples of the various weapons and get like the full list of the weapons and just hand over. Just here's a little list of all of the items we have available right now. Obviously, we can give you some of the examples for you to check over and agree on a nice fair price for both of us.
Very well. Let me see what we have here. And again, like the man in the armor shop, he starts going over each item. For a few items, he pulls out a swash of leather and tests how well they puncture, and has a kind of a wooden post that he checks for power and chopping, inspects the edges, kind of bend and everything. All right. So, let's see. Let's start with kind of the bulk items here. These spears and battle axes. These spears are very basic in make. The best I can offer is a gold piece, and that's mainly for the iron head that I would be smelting them down for. Them. Most of the weapons here are of finer work than these spears, so I would just use them for materials. The battle axes are at least serviceable, and I could offer 5 gold apiece for those.
Oh, I'm hearing some voice in the background that's muffled up, so I don't know if someone's trying to speak.
Sorry, did you hear me, or?
I heard, no, it's just I sort of heard like a second buzz in the background, like someone was trying to speak, but it didn't quite go out.
Oh.
But yeah.
Okay.
So 5 gold each for the axes.
And 1 gold each for the spears. And unfortunately, along the lines of the spears, these daggers, I'd only offer you a gold apiece for. This dagger, however, is much nicer work, and similar to the quality that we service here. I'd give you 150 gold for this one.
Which one is this one? Would that be the punching dagger?
That would be the masterwork dagger.
Okay.
Were you guys going to sell the punching dagger? You did not have that on the list.
I didn't know what item you were referring to specifically, so. So
Sorry,
we'll
this is the list of what you guys had worked out to sell last time.
Yeah.
yes, that's about right. Yes, so 100 gold, was that 100 gold for the masterwork?
The 150 for the dagger, then for this mace, and I'd feel comfortable offering 10 gold for that. It's got a little conditional issues that would have to be dealt with, and the iron is a bit less friendly than normal towards forging.
I should say that if I take it you're talking about the heavy mace.
Yes.
Would it also occur that is actually not any regular iron? It is actually cold iron.
Yes, and cold iron is much more temperamental to work with, so it bear a bit more. It take a bit more work to fix the issues. If you see here, you can see that the head is actually almost about to detach from the damage that you've caused. Well, I say you, but it could have been the individual you took it from.
I wave at her, just like, it's not usually my thing, but I see your point.
So, then we come to a bit of a sticky situation. I'll be honest, I don't know what these are. We don't carry anything of this sort here. And he is gesturing to the flint bars. So I really don't have a very good valuation of them. I don't know if anyone would buy them here without actually knowing what they are, and so I really couldn't safely make an offer. It's unfortunately a bit chancy. Might try the curio market. They might have an idea or just have an odd fancy for them. Then we get to the two gems of your little collection here. This halberd and this sword. So these are very, very finely made, and someone has definitely spent a bit of time working on them. For the halberd, I'd offer 1,600, and for the long sword, I would offer 1,650.
Very reasonable. Does anybody else have anything to add at this stage?
If you say you don't have a market for these, but you don't sell any of them, how are you certain? You're sure that nobody would be interested? Would you not at least be interested in one? Perhaps somebody might be interested after all.
The problem is, I don't know what they're worth. So, as an honest merchant, I couldn't ask for a price because I don't know what they're worth. If I asked for 20 gold, I might be asking too much. If I
Fair enough.
Or I could be asking too little, and I'd be taking a huge loss. We here at Bazbaz, we do business fairly.
Fair enough.
If you don't want them, that's fine. Is there another place we could possibly try that might know what they are or have
The Curio shop.
Heroes.
Heroes?
Or the Curios market.
Right, we might have to go to the Curios market then. Okay, the Curio market, yes.
Yes, but the other items we can... Here, so how much would that be for the total?
So altogether, everything that I've made an offer for comes to 3,473 gold pieces.
Is there any way that we can have a nice rounder number?
Perhaps there might be another arrangement if there's something that we might find of interest here that we may be able to negotiate a more even trade.
Certainly. I'll admit the odd hanging out number is for the 3 daggers, of course, so if you simply wish to keep them, it would be a nice even 3,470. Like I said, that basically I would just be smelting them to have the raw material at this point.
Is there anything anybody wants? We might be able to try and get for a couple more gold out of worth out of it.
Not from me.
I can't really think of much.
Nope. I don't really use any weapons.
Yeah, I've got no real need.
Nature gave me all my weapons.
Same with me for the most part. So, yep, that's completely fine. So, yes, we'd be happy to accept that.
Alright, so are you taking the 3473 or just the 3470 and keeping the daggers?
I would think I'd like to try and have for a nice around 3,500.
Okay. Go for that performance check.
Same again.
The exact same.
I just like the image. Instead of like talking them through, I'm just like pulling it through now. Now watch this.
Alright, since you're giving me such a quantity and I do plan on smelting down these few items, we'll go for 3,500.
And we have a deal. And so, happy to shake hands here.
We've got 3,500.
Yep.
Nice. What's those gone?
Okay, so
Alright. So,
So
I wish you all safe journeys and many profitable returns.
So, does that just mean we have the gems and the
magical items.
magical items?
I suppose we've also got, was it that special dagger as well? Is that considered, or are we putting that in the special category?
Yeah, it's probably in the special category.
Yeah, so we still
Okay.
got our fin bar as well, so.
We've got our
So,
fin bars.
Did you
If we
guys
could-
want to sell the punching dagger or not? Because I didn't have that drawn up yet.
If it's a more specialized thing, we probably wouldn't want to sell it to a general vendor. So
No, we would want to sell any
I
item,
don't remember.
any
Yeah, I don't-
items of magical worth that would be sold. I'd like to sell to somebody who sells
specialized.
them, specializes, sells magical items.
I mean, the punching dagger it's not magical, it's just a different make of dagger. It's one meant to go for armor.
No, it is magical.
Is it?
Plus one vicious.
Yeah, vicious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So I'd like to do it that way. Because I have been writing the totals down and I have armor, weapons, magic shit.
Let's hope
So-
you don't accidentally give that list out to a vendor.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Yeah, so I would like to sell to a magic, somewhere where we would go to get magical items rather than a general store of masterwork and standard weaponry or armor or goods.
Okay.
And obviously, I'd like the gems to go to a specialist gem merchant.
We can keep hold of them just because if we've got the gems, it won't weigh as much as gold in and
No.
of itself.
No,
Yeah, so anybody else? We got anything to add at this early stage?
I do not.
From me.
Nothing.
what
No,
else we got left? What else we got left to sell in this market other than the shield?
We've got the which Jack is dealing with.
We've got magic items.
Yeah, we still got we still got the magic items to sell.
Right.
So yeah, you have your gems and your magical items.
We could try and go and see if we could purchase the items that we wanted to purchase, like the lyre, and see if the person involved in constructing that would be interested in giving us a little bit of a bump in the trade value of our magic items for it.
Yeah, so we could sell the stuff.
They might take the gems as payment, because if they're making things, they may use the gems and stuff as part of their construction stuff. So they may buy the gems, that may take gems as payment.
Not to mention the other magical items, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could use as part of a trade.
Yes.
It's like, if you reduce it by this much, I can give you this.
Yep.
That's likely the best one for it, because maybe the headband would possibly be a good start, or the figurines of wondrous power, depending on how much they're worth. Van braces a defensive stuff we can just kind of sell on its way, because
I admittedly wouldn't mind a new charisma headband, but that's not.
It's not very affordable.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm after you.
Because how much is your one? Is that +4 or +2?
+2.
Yeah, because it's the same as mine, and they're about about 16 grand each. Not
but I think the lyre would be a good investment if we can get that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Lyre definitely, and then get the as many headbands as we can afterwards. But I don't think we're going to get more than one. We're just not going to have the money for it.
The lyre is going to be the biggest single thing that's going to give us all as a party a buff.
Yes.
So I think we should get that first.
Yes.
And then start upgrading each other's stuff
afterwards
in need of importance. Because the lyre will make stuff for us that we will definitely need.
Which is usually a hole through somewhere, or a wall in somewhere.
Well, if we need a hole, we do have the hole merchant in our party.
I'm fairly sure I could dig faster than he could.
Well,
because the lyre is supposed to be, about 100 people working for a few days, or?
I think it was 100 people working for an hour. Or was it a day?
People working for an hour.
Or a day or something.
Either way, it's important to have the lyre. So let's go for the lyre. Unless anyone else has any objections.
No. I don't have any.
Jack?
Well, he's not here.
Sorry, hello.
It was more just, we're going to buy a lyre of building if you had any objections, but then we realise you're not there.
No.
Yeah.
I think we would have discussed this. I think we would have discussed this strategy before we went selling stuff, personally.
Yeah. Sarah doesn't have need for anything at the moment. She's not very well. She's not very well versed in combat. She's never had any money, so she doesn't really have knowledge of anything that would benefit her.
Have we got? Okay.
So if any of you guys said, actually, this would be useful for you, Seraph. Obviously, Seraph knows about magic. She knows a lot about what magic can do, what magic can offer. But she's still a child. If there's anything that you guys think would benefit her, then...
Right, well, we're going for the lyre then.
Mm.
Second question. These potions we've got, are we selling those or are they being kept?
Depends on the...
You guys had decided that you were keeping them.
Because
would probably be a good idea, because potions have very good effects.
Right. It's just because we've got the potions, and then we've got a point which says keep below this point, and then we've got some other items. So it was in the sell pile underneath the chest. But that was all. I just wanted to query what it was. And also, we have 2,762 gold for the party.
That is platinum, sir.
Actually, she platinum
So
pieces.
it's actually
I do.
so it's actually 27,000.
We do have 27,000 gold.
Not that Selenia would complain, but one of the things that will be brought up is getting some more diamond dust needed for things like the restoration, because Selenia did use up.
You used 2 charges, didn't you?
Yes.
That's 2,000 gold.
Was that 2,000 each or 2,000 for the
Yeah.
both?
1,000 each.
Okay, so
No,
definitely keep like a bit of money to at least replenish the diamond dust spent.
I do just want to remind everybody that Seraph is still very badly injured.
I thought you got cleared.
Yeah, we all got cleared
No.
because we all got met by clerics on our way back, and which got rid of the negative drain.
Did it get rid of all of it?
Yes.
Yes, because
Oh,
they have
okay.
a greater restoration.
Oh, okay.
So you're
No,
fine.
in that,
I thought Seraph still
in
had a
that
couple
case-
negative levels on
no,
it.
in that case, yes, we need to have maybe a pot, which is the restoration pot, which is a sum of money that we keep in total for restoration purposes.
Whether it be money, raw material, or both.
Well, even if we put it down and said, "Oh, we have, let's say, 5,000 gold pieces in restoration," it's the equivalent to 1,000 gold diamond dust. It could be diamond dust or whatever you want to call it. However, Pathrex wants us to work it, but we have a restoration pot for diamond dust because we will burn through that.
I mean, all you have to do is make your saving throws, guys. Come on.
Well, there is that. Right.
Logic, you could not put those monsters in front of us.
Okay. Well, let's. Well, this expedition then has got us 5, 6, 7, 8, 4,800 gold pieces,
And that's in
and
addition
much
to the 27,000 that we've got already.
in addition to so we've got another 48 gold to put into that pot, plus a whole lot of loot now gone, which means we've got lighter pockets.
Yeah, we've still got the magical items still to.
We've still got the magical items. We've still got the fin bars. We've still got the chest of gems, and obviously the stuff we're keeping. And Seraph is still trying to barter that shield up for us. So if the bank listings could be altered or something at some point, that would be grand. Let's crack on.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until the end before I touch
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Before we start messing around with that fun stuff.
Yeah.
Seraph, just a little update for you. So you have found and approached 3 nobles so far. One has made an offer for 1,600.
Just gonna go.
One has said that they have no need for such a simple item, and the other has offered 2,500 as long as you can entertain them.
I'm sorry, what? So, say that again?
The last noble said that he would match the previous offer of 2,500 gold as long as you could entertain them for the day.
That sounds a bit concerning.
It does sound a lot concerning.
Seraph being 13 years old does
yeah.
not know what he's on about.
What's happened?
Basically, we've got this nonce of a noble trying to groom Seraph.
Oh my!
What the fuck?
I mean, during medieval periods, you had marriages
Concerned.
that would be as young as 14.
Concerned.
Wasn't
But I'm not
uncommon.
even 14!
Concerned.
Yeah, but there are some that like it
red
young.
Concern.
red button.
Concern,
I
concern,
mean-
concern.
Well, I mean, if we consider what race you are and then work out on a time scale of exactly your,
How old you appear.
if we go, whatever. But anyhow, so, well, what do you do?
Run. I will just say thank you, but no. And I will hold Jolt back because Jolt will understand what was actually meant there and will want to,
Barbecue.
shock the ever-loving shit out of him.
Go ahead. Actually, go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
Who for Jolt?
I
No.
presume-
Actually, Seraph, give me a sense motive check. That's right. You guys have sense motive in this one.
Oh god, so it was more like if she can figure out what.
Okay.
Would the other person be trying to hide it?
Same from Jolt, I'm guessing.
Sure. Jolt can give one as well.
He just screams out.
So Seraph thinks he just wants someone to, maybe walk around the market with and chat. Jolt immediately thinks, no, he might be, he's got something more sinister in plan.
He likes them young.
Not getting any sexual tones.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if we can kind of gloss over that a little bit, because that can be a bit of a comfort issue for people.
No sexual tones whatsoever.
Yeah, Jolt's just going to act very, very, very protectively and just sort of stand on Seraph's shoulder and just start radiating electricity around him and growl really, really menacingly.
Curiosities are so ill-mannered. Very well, if you have no wish to accept my offer, good day.
I'm going to go and try the other magical item shop, but this time, is there anywhere that I can go to get an item appraised where I can actually get its proper value before going and getting it sold?
You could certainly try some of the other markets to see what they would say it's worth.
That, or try and buy one.
Not someone who would buy items, not someone to sell items to, but someone who can give me a proper answer as to what it's worth. Because obviously,
Try and buy one.
Seraph is not a smart. Well, she is smart, but she's not very
here's the thing.
knowledgeable.
Anyone who is going to have dealings with armor in this variety is either going to be in the purchasing or selling of such items. So they would. So there's not like a museum or anything like we have in today's society. The people that know about the value of this are the people that are going to be buying and selling it.
The point, you could try and buy one. By buying one, you'd see what they're trying to buy one, you'd see what price they'd be selling it for. Therefore, you'd have an estimate on what you could sell yours for.
But there's no such thing as an individual that will just give you the raw value of something. Like that just wouldn't exist. That would be there wouldn't be,
or at least
thing.
they wouldn't do it without you having to pay for it. Like as in the Smusser, it would still inhibit a cost, which may be, a fair bit depending on what they want.
This shield, how big is this shield?
I presume if it's a normal, like just a normal shield size, it's probably like, I don't know.
Enough to cover the torso. Of
I don't know, about a few feet, maybe, I don't know, 2-3 feet.
So it's more of a round shield, given that its design is to be reflective. So I would say it's about the size of like a serving platter. So a very large dish, maybe about 2 foot in diameter.
So maybe slightly bigger
Okay,
than a butler.
yeah, like a lot, yeah.
So
Like, yeah,
so
just like a round, just a round shield then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
does sound like probably like maybe a large buckler.
Okay. I'm going to go to Jaren and I'm going to ask Jaren what he would recommend I do, because I've never done this before, and
Aren't you still split from the group?
I'm going to find Jaren.
I mean, I'm probably not hard to find. I'm like,
You're a big man with a big hammer,
yeah.
followed by
Excuse-
dragons.
well,
We'll
excuse me,
probably stick out.
See, I'm going to find Jaren. I'm going to walk up to Jaren. Jaren, I'm trying to sell this shield, but no one seems to be offering me anywhere near what it's worth. Would you be able to help me?
Sorry about that. Had just a spam phone call. Fun times.
As always.
Yeah. So Seraph come up to me then.
Yeah, Seraph came up to you and said she's having trouble with people in this item. She's sort of taken a closer look at it, and she believes that it's worth a lot more than what anybody is telling her. And she just feels like because she's a kid, no one's taking her seriously. So she was wondering if you could help her.
Okay, so that's what.
She said that she also said she's taken a closer look at the item herself, done some more research on her own, and realizes that to her knowledge, it's worth an awful lot more than what anyone else seems to be offering her for it.
Yes, well, that might be the case, and I am not knowledgeable about such things. What an item is worth and what someone is willing to pay for it are two very different things. Commerce is a complicated matter. I also think that we are. Problem is, you are selling, not buying. You do not have the luxury of simply stating a cost. And I think also, as much as I do trust you, there is the chances that you may be overestimating yourself. You know, neither one of us are professionals. And I think that you will find that you are.
I've researched the type of magic. I've also, looked at the shield, and it's made of solid gold. The solid gold alone is worth a hefty amount, but the magic instilled in the item, I'm piecing together the costs of how much it would be to enchant an item like this. I've sort of started to realise that this item's worth about 12,000 gold.
Would I know that that's unlikely?
Sense motive.
1,000. Yeah, well, the thing is, if she believes it, I will only know that she's telling a lie. That's the thing. I can sense her motive, but she believes it. I won't know if the fact is true. I will just know that she thinks she's telling the truth. Sense motive doesn't really work for this.
No, but I mean, you could potentially tell that this is utter and complete bullshit.
Yeah, but would I
So,
think my own? Would that be my
What
own
you could do
appraise?
is you could appraise the item yourself, or you could sense motive to see what she thinks it's worth.
I'll probably do both.
Because I think at some point you probably did give us an estimate when we first found it, and if you say a different number later on, then that would give
I honestly didn't really
logical
care.
reason to
But
suspect.
I probably wasn't paying much attention. I was probably whacking something with a hammer. But anyway, I will sense motive first for 18, and then appraise, which is probably going to be even worse for a 6. I'm not a merchant, but I would assume that even I would know the base value of most things in being in a mercenary line.
I just remember I rolled very, very high on my appraisal check for when I did this. And
But you're still limited by your own experience. Like, if
True.
you found a bar of gold now, would you be able to accurately estimate its value based on the current market value of gold? Like, it's that kind of thing of, you can think it's worth a lot, whether it is another matter, and half of that is your own experience and what you think.
And not to mention finding the right buyer.
Yeah, like it might be to the right person, it might be worth a lot of money, but is the right person going to be here, and are you going to be able to get it to the right person?
And even if you do know its true value and you get it to the right person, you are never going to sell it for what you think it's worth.
Sarah doesn't know that though.
Yeah, I know. That's what
I'm playing this as Seraph would. She's a kid. She doesn't know.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, anyway, those are my rolls: 18 and 6. So.
Okay, so you do. All right. So what did I say? Okay, so Seraph, you told him how much you think it was worth, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe that what Seraph said she believes. However, looking at the item yourself, you can't even see it being worth 2,000 gold. You think it's only worth 1,500.
I will tell him that I have had an offer of 2,500 for it.
Okay. I would just kind of. I would just to have a look at it as I'm like having a look, and I'll be like, now, the thing is, I would recommend you take the offer you've been given. I think it's probably the best you're going to get, because while you may believe it is worth a lot more, and while materials, yes, and whatever magic is put into it, that's outside of my knowledge. This is a gold shield. You don't use gold for arms and armor. It's an ornament, and a very impractical one at that. And out here in the desert, ornaments are rather secondary.
Could always ask somebody else in the party.
Yeah, I mean, I will just say, and I will just hand it back down to you and go, I think you should take the offer, because from what I can see, that seems to be as good an offer as you're going to get. And I would just kind of shrug back at you and leave it in your hands. That's what I'll say.
I'll ask, do you think anybody else in the party, maybe someone with more knowledge about magic, would be able to help me more?
Possibly. Maybe yes, maybe no. You won't know until you ask, as is the nature of such things.
I'll go back to the party, and I'll give my dilemma, and I'll tell everybody else about my dilemma.
There's really two options. Do we need the money right now? If it really is worth that value, then hang on to it, put it in a safe place, and you might be able to find somebody better equipped to buy it later. But if you do need the money now, this is already the best offer you're going to get, and decide if it's worth the risk that you might have been able to find a better buyer later, or not. If you don't need the money, then why does it matter?
I don't have anywhere I could put it. I don't have.
We have space here with Alma. We can trust her. We can trust Alma to protect it. Not to mention, we as a group could potentially store it someplace. This isn't something that I personally would use, but I do admit it is pretty. I wouldn't mind having it, but I don't need it. I certainly don't think it's certainly don't see it being worth as much as you say.
What is the item again?
It's a golden shield of blinding, I believe.
Eat it. For sustenance.
Yeah, dragons and gold.
No, that is wasting money.
Or did.
I guess.
I'm in agreement. We can hang on to it.
I mean, at any time, I'm sure Eliza or Artemis or even myself, we're very magical. We could probably look at it again and do some more research for you. And if it's worth 12,000, then we should get 12,000. But as Selenia and Nada said, it's not worth 12,000. This might be the best offer we're going to get for it.
Yeah, it's just I'm not entirely sure how the money would work with the raw materials and the magic together. It's like we can give you an estimate of how much some stuff enchanted with that could potentially cost, but it's a bit outside of my area of expertise.
So we keep it and potentially sell it later. Do we need the money today?
Probably not. I mean, you could melt it down before we lose any magical effect on
it. What's the cost of the item we need to buy? The lyre.
The lyre itself is supposed to be 13,000.
So do we have the 13,000 now?
We have triple that, I think, if at least.
So we have more.
With our current money, and I think what we have.
And then but although we were thinking of, was it trying to get at least a couple headbands of charisma? But you never know, was it? Because I think the two together, that's about 16 grand a pop. Maybe you could even negotiate down to about 30,000.
Well,
anyway. Yeah, and we've got the items to barter with as well. Right. So I would say I would be quite happy to keep this, no matter what its value. Hold on to it. Anything we don't sell until we find somewhere better to sell it, or we have some more time to find out what it's really worth and what it's used for, to get a better price and take that risk. If you're adamant, we don't need the money. We just need enough to buy the few items we need and to be able to pay for things whilst we're adventuring, like lodgings and food and stuff. So, not that we've ever come anywhere near
these days, instant gratification.
Just general party expenses. I'm happy to keep it.
Sheriff will sort of nod in agreement. Okay. If we have somewhere where we can store it, I'd be happy to. I don't need money. I've lived my whole life without it. I don't need money to survive. Unlike some of these people. And just sort of looking around the battle market.
Yeah. Let's do the magical shit bit.
She'll just turn around and say, all I need is Jolt by my side and I'll live a happy life. And Jolt will sort of just nuzzle himself into, like, against her neck.
Alright. So, was any consensus reached over the shield?
We're keeping it for now.
Okay.
And
There is one more thing that Seraph would like to do at some point, and that's go and see... Oh, what was his name? The guy who you went to see who told you he had Seraph for the party.
Butter.
Butter, that's the one. She'd like to go and see him again.
Okay, so Seraph needs to go and see Butter. We need to buy some magical items. Has Selenia and Meredith had their little chat? Are we presuming that's been done? Anybody else got anything they want to do?
Can't think of anything.
Seraph will ask the party, is there anything that they think she might need for their next stage of the journey? And she'll say that, but she'll be meaning stuff like any, like food or anything like that. But the way that she phrases it would be open to what you guys might think she would sort of need for, as in magical armor, magical items, etc., etc. But what she actually means is like food, a tent, anything like that.
Do we even know what our next step of our journey is? I don't remember.
no, we've no idea. Not that I'm aware. I mean,
No, we've got this little interlude stage of doing items and stuff, and then it's
Checking in with Alma.
checking in with armor, and then we'll probably get the next thing.
yeah.
Shit, yeah. Seraph would technically think that her time with the party's over.
Well,
It's up to you.
I mean, to be honest, Butter just said that there were these people that had a job to do, and that he thought it might be good for Seraph to, see what that sort of style of life is like. So, and to be honest, according to Seraph, after we've spoken to Alma and everything about the journey we've just had, she believes that her time at the party will come to an end.
no, you can believe that if you want. Like, your character. Like,
Well, we'll come to that as it occurs. For now,
Just need to pop away for a moment.
what is the party doing?
I believe we've still got to sell magical items.
Yeah, I've
So
still got that.
Going to like a curiosity magic type place, I believe, to try and sell everything.
So, there are two stores that openly advertise magical items. One that seems... the one that Seraph went to seems to be kind of general purpose, has a little bit of everything. And the other is definitely more arms and armor of the magical variety. And then there is also kind of a curiosities stand with bits and pieces of who knows what some of this stuff is, honestly.
Where are we getting the lyre from?
Abby, was it somewhere to commission it?
Did we commission it, or did we just put it on the
It was
back
either to
burner?
commission it, or we'd have to find someone who's selling one.
Yeah, right now you guys have a plan to acquire it, but you've not done anything to put it into reality yet.
Okay.
So, which shop do you wish to go to?
I would personally say go to the just general magic one. Most of our stuff is not are not weapons. They're other utility and other items. So I don't think.
Let's do that. Yep. Go to the general magical weapon, general magic store.
Yeah, not the one that seems to be more weapon focused. The just the general one, I think.
GMS.
Yeah.
So, you approach the stall and again you make note of the very large orc kind of guard. Ah, greetings. I see your little friend has told you about our fair prices and wonderful items. Come, take a look, see what we might offer for you.
Yeah, yes, we have been told about your offer, and it is under consideration. However, we do have other items that may be of interest to you that we definitely will be selling. As I will take some of these items out and put them before him. Which will be the so there's the headband, the figurines, I guess the van braces.
Yeah, because they're magical.
Yeah.
So we've got the Blade of the Leopard, Van Bracer Defense, the figurines of Wondrous Power, the Ivory Goat, the headband of Wisdom, and the Ring of Jumping.
Yeah, so I'd take those one by one and just place them carefully on like a counter or something. To like perhaps some of this would be of interest. I think someone did take a load of things, but I can't remember what.
Yes. Let me take a look here. Sarah, if you see the familiar 3 items coming out, the magnifying glass, the pouch of powder, and the kind of the jeweler's eyepiece, as he goes over each item with meticulous detail, spreading the powder to kind of visualize the auras. For the punching dagger, he actually takes the magnifying glass and holds it over the aura as well before nodding to himself. Alright. I have some very wonderful pieces here. So let me see here. So for the ring, it's a very nice utility item. Generally can move that very quickly. I'll offer 1,300 for that. The headband, that goes fairly easily as well. 2,000 for that one. These fan braces. I don't do a lot of weapons and armor, but this one is particularly usable in these environments, so I feel like I could still sell it. I'd offer 2,800 for this item. these figurines, these are wonderful. It would take me quite a while to sell them, I mean, they are quite a bit more potent, quite a bit more valuable. I would offer 8,000 for those alone. And the blade I would offer 4,500 for.
Okay.
18,600 for the lot.
Not bad.
Not bad. Now, I'm going to sort of say that's a fair price, and as I'll do so, I'll put my arm around Eliza and sort of say, I have a question I'd like to ask you. My friend here, and I know she'll speak for herself, but she's looking for, what is it, a lyre of building?
Yes, I was wondering if I could either get one installed or if you knew anyone who could commission it.
Is that something you could procure for us? Or
Go
have
ahead
they?
and give me a percentile.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to do that, Charlie?
What was that? /R. 32.
Alright. A lyre of building, just a moment. And he kind of starts walking through his shop, going here and there and pulling out a few pieces. Ah! Here we are. This piece, yes?
And I assume that is exactly what it's showing me.
I guess. Do a detect magic, find the hell out. I mean,
I probably
can
just do a magical check on it just to make sure that is indeed
yeah.
magical. Not that I don't trust him.
he did the same to us. Like, first wolf
So-
range.
Yes, Mary will sort of pick it out of her hand, take it out of his hand. Says, may I have a closer look at that?
Of course.
So I'll pick it up and I'll put our heads together. Says, maybe if we put our heads together here, we could work this one out. So
Yeah, scanning, detect magic.
yeah, I'll do exactly the same.
We know kind of what aura we should be seeing and what we're looking for.
Well, yeah, I'll join her on that. I'll help her or guide her or aid her in any way I can.
Alright, so yes. You know, alright, so you know, so it's Knowledge Arcana and then Spellcraft, respectively.
So I can use my take 10. So it'd be a 25.
Perfect, exactly amount. So yes, you do see the correct aura of transmutation upon this item.
And my spellcraft is 26.
That's enough, or do we need to have another go?
That should be high enough to identify the spell, shouldn't it? At least I hope so.
That is more than enough. So yes, you do identify that this is a lyre of building.
Okay, yeah.
It
So,
is.
Yeah, so indeed it is. I did not
And I
mean
shall
to
see your-
obviously question your honesty, but you know that we can't always be too careful these days.
Yes.
Of course. They're always glad to see the people who know what they're dealing with. And of course, we always offer fair items here. So that wonderful piece, you actually see he points out the price tag on tied around the frame. That one is being offered at 13,000 gold. Quite a wonderful piece, I might say.
13,000 gold.
Right, and I was about to say to us, that's actually a half decent price.
13,000 gold.
How much are we currently selling our stuff for just from the
18,600.
So
if
yeah.
we bought it for tag item, we'd still have 5,000 out of this.
Yeah, we'd have
5,000
5,000 net. Yeah.
So I whisper into your ear, why don't you say we'll take the liar and 6,000 for the items. See if we can get a deal out of him. Use your influence.
There's other thing I'd probably want to ask about whilst we are here, whilst we have business. As we would also wonder if there were any headbands of charisma. My one that I have at the moment, and I also point to Selenia. It's like
I want one as well. There's 3.
Oh yeah, so there's
the
less
Lord.
ones. Yeah, but we've currently got lesser ones. Just wonder if there's any stronger ones in stock. Of course, we'd be willing to trade these in as a part exchange.
Go ahead and give me a percentile.
23.
Headbands. Let me take a look at what I have. So I have 3 headbands right now. One is my Phylactery of Faithfulness. One is Charisma, but it is only at +2. And then I have this one, which your friend may wish to purchase. It is a headband of havoc. But unfortunately, I do not currently have any stronger. I can always find one, and if you care to put an order in, there is, of course, the standard delivery fee and such, but
I see. What? Can I identify what the Havoc headband does?
Oh, I'm looking at it now.
I would like to be able to find that out, just so if Jared.
Yeah.
So I'd like to do magical sensing on it, just to see what its effects are.
Yep. So again, Arcana and Spellcraft.
So the Arcana will still be at 25.
Okay. So you get a slightly weaker aura of enchantment compared to the Lyre of Building, but then the Spellcraft check.
30.
Good. All right. So you know what the Headband of Havoc does. Basically, it helps focus the power of a barbarian's rage. One of their powers is treated as 4 levels higher, usually enough to increase a bonus of some sort. And if ever attacked or has to make a saving throw and they are not in rage, they can react to that surprise by becoming raged.
Interesting piece, this headband of havoc. And Jaren, this actually could be of interest to you. It's a headband that has the ability to focus one's rage, even allow them, if stunned, or not really, no, not stunned as such, but taken by surprise, you can, by reflex, activate your own power. It also makes it stronger than it otherwise would be, by a fair margin, I would gather. Your choice, of course.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that is quite an interesting item and would, of course, be of help. I am afraid already wearing a headband to increase my own mental fortitude, shall we say. And I do not have the space for another. But the consideration is appreciated.
That's okay. Yeah, sorry, but it seems that we won't be needing those headbands, but thank you for the offer in any case.
Very well, so nothing that I have, none of these headbands are of interest, but of course the lyre, and as I said, if you wish to acquire something that I do not currently have, I can always place an order to it.
We may want a little time to consider, once we know exactly what our resources are. Then, if you'd also tell us, how much would the delivery fee be? Whether it be one per item, or would it be during the whole trip, if we were to order at once?
So, we generally do an audit. The fee is conditional. It is a flat percentage of the value of the items we carry. That also is taking into account that we are specifically purchasing, or in some cases creating, the items for you. So we do offer reduced cost if certain values are met, or certain quantities. And of course, valued customers get further discounts.
See.
What is it we all want from our charisma, though? I mean, I have a +2 charisma, so I would like mine increased by...
I think everyone wants it increased to +4.
I think everyone wants to go from a +2 to +4.
Yes, and how many of them are there? 4?
3. This is you, me,
and Selenia.
Artemis, I think, already has a good one.
Have a good one. What?
Charisma booster?
Yes, I believe so.
A headband of Alluring Charisma is just what plus it is.
So we want 3 plus...
Yeah.
So we want...
My notes, right?
We'll see
It's going to be on your sheet. I'm opening it up.
Yeah, we'll see
It's
what
probably
has
under equipment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be equipped headband.
Headband of Alluring Charisma +4.
So you've already got
nice.
that one.
Already got the +1, so it's 3 +4s we want them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so possibly with trade-in of our +2s to act as a little bit of a part exchange.
Mm-hmm.
And then possibly see if we can get the price down a little bit. Because we're going in bulk, and these are fairly good items, so a little bit here and there.
And if he does us a good deal, we will remember him, because we will always be bringing back items of value. Items of value that we will have acquired in our journeys. And when we come in, we would always make him if we did a good deal and had a good arrangement, we could make sure he was the first place of cool. So he gets first dibs on any item.
More that we work with Alma at Fairmount, so it means that we're going to have the most important things. So we're going to have the nice items that we can bring back.
Oh, we are going to have some very good items along the way.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's kind of what we want to do so far then, Pathrax.
Okay. So you're offering 3 headbands of Alluring Charisma for 3 stronger headbands of charisma. Of course. And you say you want to do some continual business.
We can negotiate what is a fair set of terms, which so far you have, but I'm sure we can cordially make something a little.
What? When there's been a slight miscommunication with them. What on earth are those things?
What?
They're +4s.
Oh, is he doing his silly things again? What's oh?
Sir, did Seraph talk to this vendor about the shield?
Ah.
Sorry?
Yes, sir. Has.
Yeah, it was this specific vendor. Okay.
So yes, we're looking. We yeah. Carry on.
So, can someone in the background just find out how much money total we have altogether? Just because I'm seeing loads of figures here and there. Just so we know what our budget is.
Oh well, we've got. Hang on. Then.
Because if we've got what we have right now, so
we've got 22,762 plat.
So that being gold is about
27,000 plat. We've got 4,800 from the other items already sold.
Oh, someone's dying.
Yeah, I was just looking at my gold and plat. I'm down to 5 platinum and 1 gold after the restorations.
Let me write it. So we got 27,620 gold for that. 48,000 for that. We currently got 5,600 of the other items left over after the liar.
So it's about 5,600.
Yeah, 8, 14, 0, 2. That'll be 10, 17, 18. So it's 30. If my maths is right, 38,000 gold is our current pot.
And I've got about, in terms of personal money, I can add another, about another 3,500 to that.
Yeah.
My goodness, Cat, what's up?
I've only got 400 gold, so God knows how you lot have got all this gold. You obviously haven't been spending money.
Does that include? That doesn't include the gems, does it?
No, we've got the gems as well.
No, the gems will be separate.
Which is another that's another 22,000.
Yeah.
So we're going to have plenty to order.
So we've got 5,000 in sapphires. We've got 5,000 in black pearls. We've got 2,000 in jet. So that's 12,000.
And 550 in onyx.
So that's 12,550 on top of that, which is 50,000. $50,000 gold we have at the moment. This is probably the richest we've been in a long while.
And it's going to be the richest we're going to be in a very long time.
So yes, 58,000 we've got. So we've got more than enough money to purchase the liar with money left over from the items we're selling to him already. We don't know what he's giving us for those 3 items that we're part exchanging for the other items. So we would need.
It might be one.
So we need to know the price of that, and then we can work. But I would say to Lenny, we should, touching wood, have enough money left over for your needs, and some party money, and some party money for other things.
Because even if we get about half, if not a quarter, of the value of the charisma bands, that's still a good 3 to 6 grand, I'd say.
What's he going to want? So yeah, so I'll say to him,
because the absolute value is about 4,000, but we're selling to merchants with high excess, so it might be about half the value.
So we need to So the question we ask the merchant is, with the part exchanges for the 3+4s, well, what price are we looking for that individual item alone?
So
That
the stronger headband, the +4 as you call it, that goes for 16,000.
Just for one, yes?
Correct. And of course there is the 5% travel and delivery fee on top of that.
So we're saying 16,000 plus 5%.
So 16 times 1.05.
16,000, not 60 plus 0.05.
But times by 1.05 because that will increase it by 5%. So that's 16,800. And if we want 3 of those, then that's 50,400.
So that
Right.
would be robbing us poor.
So how much are we saying? 50? What? 50?
50,400 is raw value without trying to negotiate it down, which
Right.
is what I will try to do.
I guess by
Right.
throwing if we add the
Gems.
older ones the gems, yeah,
So we now need to know what he's going to give us for the older ones.
yeah.
So that's 54,000 all in.
50,400, not 54,000.
54, what, 500?
No, 50,400. 50400.
Oh, sorry, my mistake, my bad. Right, so then what would you give us for the part exchange?
So these lower headbands, they're very nice. They sell very fast. As you know, I've got one in stock right now. So I would give you the fair deal of 2,000 apiece.
6,000 off.
So about 44,400 is what we need to come up with.
Yeah. Which we have, but that doesn't leave us an awful lot left.
As I said, I can put some of my own capital in there to try and lessen some of it. And I can put my gold's worth in there, so that would be about...
I don't have very much.
I have no funds that I can offer. As I said, I
put just under 2,500 in
I've
terms
got
of
really-
gold,
I've
and then
got really
100
no funds.
gold platinum pieces. So I can add up to
I've
about
got-
3,000.
I've barely got enough
Perhaps-
gold to make it worth.
perhaps there might be another trade that might be worth negotiating with this merchant. Once you have the lyre, you could certainly perform some interesting construction for them, given your talent.
Yeah, I could. We could also even, I was about to say, if we wanted, try to go for the shield a little bit more. But we all know that's not our choice.
I mean, they're not going to be ready right now. So
we have time.
we have time to raise additional funds or find some other items that could be worth more to barter. As long as I presume you would wish a down payment for a commission, but you are not expecting full payment initially, as you do not have the items for transaction.
No, we take the 5% upfront, the travel fee. That way we can put forth a bit of the cost and pay for the caravan to transport the item, of course. But payment is full is only expected once we deliver.
Well, then I guess we shall pay the 5% fee for each of the items and return when they are ready, I presume, as I look around at everyone else.
And I assume you wouldn't want our trade-in items as well at the moment?
The items are not They're not currently part of the deal. They are a separate transaction.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, if you wish to leave them here and take your 2,000 apiece, by all means. If you wish to hold on to them until delivery and make that transaction that date, that is as well as always.
As long as the price
until-
remains the same, I have no objection.
I assume there is some kind of written bargain we can do just to keep things perfectly
Honest.
above board. I've no doubt you would wish to hold us to our payment as much as we would for you.
Of course, we can draw up a rate or contract for these. All is fair.
Sounds perfect. I guess shall we issue our down payment and then add signatures, or whoever's signature we deem is deemed necessary, and then we can proceed on our way, having done, of course, the other transaction, of course, being done as well, with the lyre and the other the items we are selling.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that is everything.
Yep.
Okay, so what transactions are you doing so far for this part?
Buying the lyre and selling the magic items, except the ones we already were selling. So not the headbands, just the ones already. So basically, we're doing the
So
two
the
transactions,
18,600.
and then buying the lyre for 13,000, giving us a net profit of 5,600.
Okay. Doing that.
And then we would do the down payment, which what is
2,400.
yeah. Is that, I presume that's each. Or
That
each
is
of
total.
the-
It's
total.
It's 800 apiece.
Oh
2,400
yeah,
total.
yeah, it's 5%. Yeah, so
It's
I guess we
2,400
can-
off the 5,000 that we get back for the lyre
Then
deal.
you get 3,200 for the total transaction.
Yeah, so and then we can. Yeah, sounds good to me. And then we can. There can be a contract, and someone can sign it. It doesn't really matter. I guess I guess the three of you who want it will probably be the best people to sign it.
I guess the question really is how long would it take? Are we going to go off on an adventure or something for before I'd wait?
I mean, I
for these-
presume
Yeah, finish.
it would probably take at least a couple of days because they've got to go to someone who can enchant it, and then travel.
The time it takes to make the item if they do have to make the item.
Yeah. I would
So-
So we can also say that we did this when we got back, and we're just spending time to kind of rest and recoup. So
Yeah, I mean, like they'll hold. Like we have an agreement. There's no rush necessarily.
So he says that he has a caravan leaving that same day, so he will send a messenger to them with the order, and he expects that the shipment should arrive in about 6 days.
6 days, plenty of time to go and maybe find some more stuff to barter or just more money flat.
We don't even know what Elmer wants with us next and when that's going to be.
Exactly.
So.
That's what I'm kind of getting at.
So let's just do this deal, get our next assignment, and work out how many days we're going to wait for that to happen.
So I'll get to add the lyre building to my equipment list.
You get your lyre, so that is now in our party. We add 3200 Oh no, we don't. We had a bit more than that.
All right.
We
so
add-
in total, you had 3,500 from the weapons, 1,300 from the armor, and 3,200 from all the transactions for the magic. So a grand total of 8,000.
Yeah, just put that 8,000, which is what, 8 platinum?
No, 80.
It's 800.
800,
eight.
yeah. 800
So-
platinum.
So stick the 800 platinum onto the party fund figure that we've already got. Just so we know what the party figure is, and that's it. Job done.
$800 platinum pieces for all shopping.
All right. So now I shall adjust.
Yeah, and just, I know we're done. We fade to blackout.
And we can go
Words,
in.
the white words come up sometime later.
Now,
We wait.
and now we need to go and visit Arma.
Our boss. No, not not our benefactor. Our sponsor,
Employer.
employer, whatever you want to call her. Her royal tradeness.
Are you talking to me?
Hmm?
Are you talking to
No. At least not at the moment.
It's just really quiet. So I thought we were waiting on me.
No, I think we've just done the money, and now
Yeah.
we
Done the thing all
Alright,
campaigns
so the
hate,
bank
which is
has been-
discuss buying of money.
yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, that looks much better.
Yeah, and now we're going to
That looks much better.
Okay, so
And
you
I-
still have all your gems. You still have the quartz splint mail, the flin bars, and the gold blinding light shield. Then the items that you guys had kept. I don't know if you had actually divvied them out to individuals. There was a +2 switchblade, a ring of feather falling, and then the bronze scarab figure, which functioned as a wand of open and close.
I'm pretty sure Eliza had the scarab. I think Sarah took the switchblade, and
We
then,
we
And it-
clearly need to keep that scarab.
yeah, and then somebody.
Jack,
Hang on a minute. That was the scarab that Gendos had, wasn't it?
Ah, so did he take it with him?
But then he gave it up when he denounced magic and switched to the Lady of Light. So I think he gave most of his magical items to Selenia to keep.
Yeah,
She certainly took.
I remember
Museum's
the book, but not the other items.
Who did I give the scarab to, or did I take that
So
with me? I
if
don't
you
think
gave the
he
book-
wouldn't. He wouldn't.
I
He
think-
wouldn't have kept it.
I
He
think
wouldn't have kept it.
I think it's in my bag.
So it must have been passed on to somebody. It must be passed on to somebody and then been immediately passed on to Artemis at some point.
Okay.
Because I remember that I had my bag and we had stuff put into it.
Jindos originally had it, but he passed it on when he left.
Who has the ring of feather falling? I guess someone that could fly would probably make the most sense, or maybe someone that can't. I don't know.
You.
It's a scarab of opening. Clearly, it belongs to Jack. Jack's the one who needs it the most.
Yes, he does.
Just have to open the doors, man. They're unlocked.
But yeah,
It's a sign. I believe it's a sign. It needs to go to Jack.
I don't know what. Well, the ring of feather falling can either go to whoever wants it. I don't need it because I could polymorph into a dragon and fly.
I don't think I don't really want it necessarily, but like
I don't think I need it.
I think, yeah.
Just stay with us for now.
You don't need the ring of feather falling, considering I have wings.
I don't
So
need it
there's
because
a
I
few-
have feather falling in my spell list.
So that means, George, it's yours all sold.
Leave it for now.
It might be a just in case.
Yeah.
I guess I can take it. Like, I have a ring slot. I'll take it, but I'm probably not going to use it.
Well, if all goes well, you should never have to use it.
Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, if you smash the ground too hard, you might need it.
Well, considering your job, what you're trying to do is upgrade your groundbreaker, so you may end up needing it.
It's a possibility, not a full.
If I know you, it will be a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, have it as a backup just in case you need it, because you never know what you're going to break through or fall off.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the rest of us have got wings, or we've already got feather falling, so we're covered.
I think I'm the only one that doesn't act, besides George, like, I don't have wings at all. It's like, I've just got the feather falling spell. Everybody else can either shift or is Jaren. Yeah, me and Jaren are completely without flight.
Right, so. Is that shopping complete?
I think so.
Yeah, I believe so.
Heck.
Alright.
Next job.
Gonna take just a quick 15-minute break here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You know, trying to be resourceful.
And the recording is on. Alright, so we are back from our little break, and you had just finished up shopping. You had taken the completed writ up to the second floor. The paymaster allocated everything and sent the grand total of your purchases and sales to the bank that your current wealth is being held in.
Right, so. What time is it, by the way?
4:10 for us.
I mean in game, but that's
let's
useful.
see.
That's useful to know as well.
So, assuming that you guys started kind of early in the morning, it's about noon, 1-ish.
Okay, well, now that we are done here, shall we go and see if there is a new task awaiting us?
Yes, I believe that might be a good idea. And then we may be able to turn in for the rest of the day to our own devices.
Or do whatever else may be necessary.
Indeed.
Yes, I guess we shall go and see what is happening. And I'll gesture for the rest of them to lead the way. As I guess we will head towards Alma's tent office, whatever the hell it was called.
More like her office.
Yeah, the building that she was in.
This tent building thing. Whatever the hell that is.
Alright, so you're heading to Alma?
Yeah, we need to still formally introduce her to Artemis as well.
Alright.
Are we going to introduce Artemis as Artemis, or are we going to introduce Artemis the elf?
That's an Artemis question. I believe you would have saw the. Did she not see the dragon when we first arrived, though?
I don't know. Again, that's an Artemis
A
question.
passing thing rather than a full introduction.
Well, Artemis, that's up to you.
Artemis?
You are muted, Artemis. You might not remember.
I am muted, I'm sorry. I was talking and I was muted. Okay. What was the question?
So, were you in dragon form when you all returned from the adventure?
My memory of it was we flew over and we didn't get too close to not surprise people and landed and walked the rest of the way. But we were all pretty exhausted.
I think it was that, and I was in elf form.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all approached in as medium creatures.
Yeah. It might be wise to introduce me to her as elf.
Alright.
Only knows. I believe she only knows, Selene, that you're a dragon. She just certainly does. I've certainly not let on the Meredith's a dragon, or has dragon capabilities.
Yeah, to Alma's knowledge, Selenia is a dragon, Meredith is human, and Artemis is an elf. Alright. So, you make your way over to Alma's palace. Again, go through the process of, hey, we're here to see Alma. Just a moment, we will announce you. And then being let into her study.
And we are intentionally missing Seraph?
No, Seraph's with you.
Yeah, Seraph's with you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thing is, Alma's never met Seraph either.
Yeah, she has. You were with us when we first came.
I thought she
No,
said
no.
that you need to acquire some new people. If you do, go to the battle market.
Yeah, but you would.
I'm sure we went back afterwards.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain
Because
that
she.
you haven't met Alma.
I wasn't there for that part. I have no recollection.
I think she came in.
I don't remember. I don't
So
remember that.
you definitely. I think you would have met him then.
Oh well, I don't remember.
But, so we go in, I guess.
Let's do it.
Alright, so you're announced, you come in to meet Alma. I trust you have had a good rest since last night.
We had a much needed rest, yes, and we have made some preparations prior to our next assignment.
Wonderful. Well, this is all going to be all one big thing, so I'll just come out with it all together. I still have no idea what this scroll is, what it means, what it can do, or anything. It is beyond any knowledge we have here. However, I did receive word from one of my friends.
Could I get a bit of a reminder about this scroll?
Yes. So you guys had found a scroll, an incredibly powerful scroll, to the point that when you guys did detect magic, you were actually stunned by the power.
And by that we mean.
Okay, this would have been something that Artemis wouldn't have seen either.
No.
Well, you got knocked flat out, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eliza and Selenia got stunned.
Okay.
To use your description, it was like a super soaker straight up the nose.
We have met some new companions since we found this. Perhaps, if you may, the others may have some other insight if they can take a look.
They're welcome to.
I doubt it, but hey, let's give everyone a chance to take a peek at this thing.
I don't do magic. It just looks like a scroll.
Yep. So,
Eric would have a look.
So you can choose either to make a knowledge history, or you could, of course, try to discern its powers with detect magic.
But that will probably conk you out to do so.
Spellcraft would also potentially be an option in that.
Spellcraft is only after you have identified the type of aura.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd have to do detect magic and then spellcraft.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that. I'll do a detect magic on it.
Can do a history check on it.
I mean, you have already done one, Charlie, I believe, from when previously.
Oh, yeah, I think that was.
Yeah,
I'm guessing Meredith was there when Charlie did it.
Yeah, I mean, this was when. This was.
This was yeah. So Meredith will know probably. She didn't do it, but she's probably not going to do it.
I mean, my character doesn't know, but I know. I remember what I said about it. So if anyone needs a reminder, I do remember.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, when you did the history check, I remember it was at a certain level, so I know the bit that you guys were told. So Eliza, you cannot do another check. You know what you know.
Yeah.
But if Artemis wanted to do a check, she'd be more than welcome to.
What about me?
When you do the detect magic, I will need a fortitude save from you.
What do I go to? Click on.
Be skills to look at for history.
In this case, you'd either want knowledge history, which you don't do. So you'd want to go the spell, your cantrip spell, detect magic, and then depending on the result from that, you will then potentially want to do a spellcraft roll.
So,
Okay.
Artemis, are you doing so there's the detect magic route, or
Yes.
there's the history route?
Detect magic row. Do I just go ahead and press it?
One moment, guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to cast the spell, then I guess press the spell.
That?
Yeah, that gives you the information for the spell, and then when Pathrex has done whatever he's doing, they can. But I presume you will also need to do a fortitude save.
Yes, Artemis, if you are doing the detect magic route, you will need a fortitude save as well.
How do I do that?
It'll be on your defenses page, and there'll be the at the top there'll be the 3 fort, will, and reflex. And if you click on fortitude,
Oh, nope. Nat 1.
Whoa.
Automatic failure.
All right, so Seraph, you and Artemis open yourselves to the aura of this scroll, and waves of power roll over you. Seraph, your particular strength of mind allows you to kind of ride these waves and not get blasted apart. Artemis, you are just mind crushed. You are dizzy. You are stunned. Your mind is in pain.
A bit too much power.
I'll say.
Are you all right?
I am guessing it's not meant to cause you a headache when you look at it, or worse.
Honestly, we don't know.
So, Seraph, since you are able to ride through the power, you are able to make an Arcana check.
Arcana.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, no,
Yeah, it's like you're scanning it, and then you can actually start looking at it.
Yeah.
All right. So, this is a power of overwhelming conjuration. It has a caster level of 23rd.
Seraph, her face just changes as she sort of like scrolls through the knowledge in her head, and like pieces together different things. As soon as she finds that out, she just stands there absolutely just shocked at the power, at the magical power of this scroll. Where did you get this?
So you may also attempt a spellcraft check to identify its abilities. Okay, so you would know the same thing. So you aren't able to decipher everything about it. You're able to get kind of the same knowledge that Eliza had given. Here we go. So the runes of power are those of the Arcanists from the nation of Nex. Specifically, this is an obscure Nexian rune that symbolizes the mysterious realm called Kakashon. Runes like this were often used to mask the true contents of a page. Maybe instead of a map, you would just see the rune. Instead of a message, you would just see a rune. And you would need the right key to unlock it and see the truth behind this rune.
Do I get any idea if it's evil or?
There's no evil, good. It just is.
Or just is? Okay.
It is a scroll. It is magical.
Yeah,
It's not just a scroll. It's an insanely powerful scroll. So yeah, Sarah will look around to at everyone and then to Alma. Where did you get this?
I believe this was what when we were dealing with the gnolls, and what else was in that place? I'm trying to remember here.
That was the Carrion King.
Yeah,
And
the
there
Carrion
was
King.
and there was the
room for the slime.
Yeah, and then because it was the treasure cache that was warded against Jin. It's where
There was a sand kraken. There was the green slime that killed someone.
Yes.
There was the
Due to the magic of this scroll, it's written in a protective rune. Whatever is in this scroll is hidden via magic. It's magic of Nex. Without the right components, I don't think I would be able to. Without a key of some kind, I would not be able to unlock the magical seal of this, but all I know is that this scroll is emanating such a powerful conjuration aura. This is high level magic. This is not just some kind of piece of paper or whatever this is. I'm not sensing evil, I'm not sensing good, I'm just sensing magic.
The question then becomes, who can we trust with knowledge of that we have this, and who that might also be able to tell us what this is?
Do not. You cannot let anybody know that you have this, because if anyone obtained the key, they would.
Then how do we know what it is? We need to trust someone.
No. You need to find the key yourself. You cannot let anyone know that you have that. If the wrong person got their hands on this scroll, it could spell absolute catastrophe. The chaos that this could potentially unleash. It could be the death of every single person here and more.
I mean, you guys have been told what it does.
I'm not 100% sure half of what you said may even necessarily be known to your character.
Well, I'm just saying that. All I was told is that it's caster level 23.
So how would you get the?
Bearing in mind, I'm caster level 10 or something.
9. You're
9. I'm caster level 9. That's over double my caster level, and I don't know what is in the scroll.
Yeah.
All I know is that it's a very, very strong level of conjuration magic. That's all I know, and that's all I've said. I haven't said anything else.
Without knowing what it is, trying to find the key would be difficult. And what's worse is, assuming we even do find the key, if we don't know what it is, unlocking it might cause disaster, as you claim. We have to trust someone. Otherwise, all we can do is hide it. And it's already been hidden for so long. There's a reason we found it.
Also a reason, though, why it was hidden.
I will do some more research. I will see what I can find out. But if you want my opinion, bury it. It could be used for a force of good, but I don't know what is in that scroll. it could quite easily be used for a force of evil. And magic of that level, there is not a single person here who could control whatever this scroll is hiding.
How are you doing, Artemis? Are you okay?
I'm guessing
I
I'd
was
know
gonna
if I came across someone with a caster level of that kind of level, right?
You would know that it's extremely powerful, but quite a lot of the others would be pure speculation. You wouldn't know that just from that look.
Yes, but we know Seraphim likes to bullshit, so we're all good.
I'm just going to throw something just as a memory bit that basically Sunum's in party when there was the whole issue with the scroll, getting it in the first place and all that. You were told what it did, supposedly. If you remember or not, I can remind you.
I think we did get told because I think when you
I can't remember what it does.
It opened one of Nyx's vaults, supposedly, where he stored a load of very powerful magical items, including like swords that could control the element of fire, that kind of stuff. So that's what we were told it could do. Just to remind everyone of that.
Yeah. Because I think that was told to us because before, was it the whole adventure to the different plane happened for one person very shortly.
Well, Seraph will turn to Alma and say, "You are the one who is in possession of that scroll. My advice would be, forget it. It could quite easily bring ruin and chaos, as it could bring strength and hope. Whatever happens, if you do manage to unlock the scroll and use it for its intended purpose, that will fall upon you. Could you really live with the consequences of what that scroll could possibly do?"
Well, as I was saying before, you had your chance to inspect it. I actually have a friend named Rehan. He lives in Katapesh, and he has sent word that he would be willing to help us in deciphering what it is.
I presume he is an expert on such matters.
He is an expert on quite a lot.
Well, I think that sounds fine by my estimate.
So I must ask, who are we aware of that knows of this scroll's existence right now?
So it is this party, myself, and Garamel. I assume you spoke to no one else?
Who is this Garamel? What do you know of this person? How well do you know this person?
Garvel, who is standing beside her.
Oh, okay. I thought she meant her friend from Katapesh. Never mind.
Yes. No, Garvel is he's her bodyguard, basically.
Right.
And he has the Packmaster's favor embedded in him. That is a metal bolt that is stuck into his head that prevents emotional outbursts and enforces loyalty to the trade princes and Packmasters.
Right, lovely. So she will still ask that question to Alma, but in regards to the person who she wants to sort of decipher the scroll.
Rayhan has been a close friend for many years. I would trust him with my life.
Would you trust him with everybody else's?
I think that is enough. As I put my hand onto Sarah's shoulder, the decision is Alma's after all. It is hers. And I think we have discussed the matter for long enough. I'm sure there are other, more pressing matters to be dealt with.
Am I correct in assuming that to ensure ensure the scroll's safety, you would have us deliver this to this person in Kedepesh?
Took the words right out of my mouth, Selenia.
Yes, and either you can go as you wish, or I can have Garavel and a company of guards escort you.
I think we need to discuss that one, and we will come back to you so we can formulate a plan.
Very well. Either way, before you leave, I do have a small reward for you for all that you've done for Katape, for Kalmarin. And you'll see a tray with some small bags by the side of the door.
Okay.
Jack,
Jack.
hearing music through your mic.
Oh, is it coming through, is it?
Yes, and it was very loud. That I would heavily recommend you get some headphones.
Yeah, no, it's just turned down to the lowest volume that it can be. Hold on, I'll just close the app. There you go. There you go.
Oh,
That's been playing like for the last 40 minutes.
Well,
Well,
it just suddenly came. Well, it just came through very loud. I will go to where the small pouches are. I will pick them up and hand them out to everybody, and thank Alma for it.
Thank you, Trade Princess.
Thank you. What is in the pouches, though?
So, for anyone curious to take a peek, you see that inside is a number of gems.
Shiny things.
Yay!
You could easily guess that there are a few thousand gold pieces worth of gems in there.
Well, each bag is about the same.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a few thousand gold each.
Okay.
2,500.
So I'm guessing we're leaving from Alma's now, yeah.
Or we need to discuss a plan. Can we meet back in a couple hours?
Take your time. This is not an easy decision, I understand.
So as we depart, Seraph does say to everyone, "There's somewhere I'd like to go before we head back to make this decision and formulate this plan. I just need to pop back to the battle market real quick."
Casually sense motive on that, but not say anything.
Then go. You know where to find us. We're not your keepers, after all.
Okay. Seraph, I'll leave that to you. What you think? What are you portraying?
I'm just going back to see Butter.
Okay.
So that's all Seraph's planning to do is just quickly pop in, say hello, make sure he knows that she's okay. Considering the two of them formed a relatively close bond, as he's the only person here that actually looked after her.
Anyway, I mean, as I said, if you want to go, go. You know, we will just be meeting back at our.
Yes, we'll be at lodgings.
Yeah, and you know where we are. Yeah. And
don't need to RP it. Just I pop back, say hello. If there's anything he says to me or anything that happens in doing so, Pathrax.
Yeah, just nothing special.
Yeah, cool. Well, once I popped in, said hello, just run over and hugged him in front of everybody. I will sort of, just run upstairs and just jump out of a window or off the ledge and just glide over to the house.
Alright, so you have all made your way back to the house.
All right. So the question is whether or not we are going to bring guards along with us. I propose that potentially having too many additional guards along would just bring more attention and more curiosity as to what we're doing.
Although I have an idea. Now, let's say there were two parties that left, both heading to Katapesh, but each going a different direction. One contains the scroll, a low-key affair. The other is the more flamboyant guarded caravan. That way, if anybody is looking to cash in on something we don't know they know about, then any giveaway we have is a decoy. Can only serve our purpose to get to Katapesh with the item in question safely. The other option, of course, is be fly. Most of us could fly, or could aid another to get there by flight. It would be quicker. No one would be expecting it. And we would get there relatively safely.
The more we involve others, even with a decoy, the more others are aware something is happening, and the more attention it gets. Agreed, the decoy may serve some purpose. However, making it overly flamboyant will make it obvious something is happening.
We go with stealth.
I feel like you're making this overly complicated.
I think I'm suggesting we go ourselves without the guards.
We will move faster, and mercenaries travel all the time. It does not make a difference.
And we're involving less others in this.
I think there is honestly very little that needs to be discussed. We go without guards. We are traveling a fairly well-traveled route between a capital city and its provinces.
And I think we have nothing to worry about but that is on the road. And I think we can handle ourselves for that.
I agree. that we should set out on our own, as less people are more camouflaged. However, I do also admit that it may be a better idea if we take path through the skies and that we fly there.
The problem with flight, at least during daylight, is we very much stand out.
We don't fly in daylight.
If you think you're going to drag me through the desert, through the air at night, then you've got another thing coming. There is no point in why fly when there are well-traveled paths. It seems unnecessarily involved to fly.
That's where you're wrong.
It's all right for you. You can fly. I'm not. I'm at your mercy on this. I prefer to keep my feet close to the ground, particularly if I'm supposed to be traveling with high-level dangerous items on a secret quest which no one's meant to know about. So therefore, why risk making a nuisance of ourselves flying around? Because 3 flying dragons carrying others, yes, that's very subtle.
I must say I'd have to agree with Jaren on this one. With a quest like ours, our best protection would just seeming to be the average person who doesn't stand out.
Don't you think it's going to draw attention whether or not there's 3 dragons walking along a path?
I see a human. I see several humans, an elf, and a few other strangers. But mercenaries come and go all the time, and they're not so strange.
Besides, anyone from Kellamaraine will already recognize us as being in Almar's service. How much we've already done.
Yeah, so they're not going to think twice on us. And plus, if the nearby guards from where our destination, if they're given notice of us, there won't be as much problems there either.
Then we need to discuss a reason for us to go that would not be suspicious.
But I think I can come up with that one.
I have an idea.
We could take the shield we have to Katapesh for valuation.
And have it appraised.
I have it. You have it appraised. My family are in the business. They could get them to look at it. I'm sure Mother Dear would allow that if it's business related and there's money to be made.
Not to mention that if there is anything going on, if the value is what is stated, then a group such as ours transporting this item would not seem that strange.
In that case, I only ask that those that fly, me included, scout ahead of the ground party so that we can make sure that the path is clear for them.
Again, you're bringing attention because seeing something from the sky is a lot easier than seeing something in the sky is a lot easier than potentially seeing it in the ground ahead. I understand what you're suggesting, and I don't object to the idea of having a scout. However, a flying scout may draw too much attention.
As mentioned, those paths should have guard posts along the way.
We are going to have people on foot, which we will. And considering who we all are, in particular, then I will be on foot. I would like to be there as protection along with Jared. I do not want anything to happen to any of us. And having 3 of us in the air would, well, make things a little less secure for those on the ground.
Perhaps I should be a little bit more inconspicuous as well.
Well, Selenia, you could be, but at the end of the day, most people, at least from here, have seen you in dragon form and know that there is a dragon in our party. So you are probably the least inconspicuous of us all, outside
I
of your.
propose leaving normally. However, once we are on the road for a bit, to change. That way, it doesn't seem as unusual. The closer we get to Ketapesh, the more unusual it would be.
This is true. And if I was to be honest, if you do happen to meet my parents, especially my mother, being a dragon is not something that's going to go well.
Well, I'm sure we can worry about family reunions once we
Let's
get
just
there.
say they are going to be a fount of knowledge, hopefully, but dragons and them, well, let's just say I'm the child that she least likes, and leave it at that.
A lot of this, I think, can be discussed on the road.
Indeed, it can. Now,
What
I think
we should probably get some horses or something. How long is the travel?
Yeah, how many days is it to Ketapesh?
Seraph's just going to look at you all and just say, I think this is a stupid idea in the first place. You're risking something that should not be risked. However, why would you listen to the word of a 13-year-old girl?
I will pretty much just say to her, my brother died getting me this. I want to know what it is. I want to know what value his death had. I will not have you discourage or say such things about the sacrifice he made.
So you're that selfish, are you?
And what are you proposing? You are proposing burying it?
You're pretty much saying the way that you're deciding it will be telling every
Enough! You bicker like children, and I am tired of it.
Burying it will do no good. It was buried. It has been uncovered. It is now known.
Only by a select few, it should stay buried. Because no one here, and none of us, are powerful enough to stop what this scroll could bring about.
And burying our heads in the sand is the solution.
It's possible that you could handle whatever. I've seen you in action. You are very, very strong. However, what about if it is something better and stronger than you?
And burying our heads in the sand is your solution? Since when has that worked?
It stayed buried for a long time, causing
and now it isn't. So it didn't work. It may delay things. It may not. The only solution is to get information so then we can decide what to do. Nothing, if we get this information and we decide it is that dangerous and that burying it is the best solution, we can do so then. But burying it here, are you suggesting we bury it in the city with this many people?
No.
Then we have to take it somewhere anyway. Why not find out what it is?
So taking it straight to somebody who might know what it is and how to use it. Is that really what you think the best option is?
If they're trustworthy, yes.
And I grow tired of these arguments, and I believe that our best option is to act. The longer we wait, the more things are likely to get worse. So, I do not care what you think about this. If you do not care for it, then leave.
Happens.
Very good point. If you do feel it is this dangerous, then you do not need to come with us. We will handle it from here.
But I say we go. We can buy enough supplies and enough horses to last us the journey, I imagine. I imagine it should not take too long. And we go, and we get to there as soon as.
Seraph will just look at you, Selenia, and you say you don't have to come with us, and I'll just look at you and go, very well. I will wash my hands of this here and now. And I'll just walk out.
Fine. Go. Child.
Stop at the door. You will regret this. And just walk out. There you go.
Fine.
Seraph's out.
Stupid. But anyhow. So.
Yes.
Fine. Okay, are we agreed? We travel.
I believe the only one that disagreed was Seraph.
Fine.
It's on the roof.
Let's go, get supplies, and we will leave as soon as we are able. One of us should talk to the stable master. We'll need horses or camels, and enough to travel.
All right. Who has the shield?
Well, Seraph has the shield.
And Seraph isn't coming, so that excuse no longer works.
Nelson, we don't need an excuse. We're mercenaries. We move and come as we please.
But
looking for more work.
You guys
So Meredith will walk to the top of the stairs that leads to the roof, walk down several steps, sigh once again and say, "It is fine if we don't have the shield. We could still go and meet my parents. We never know, we might even be able to find some artifacts to buy. That's what they trade in, after all. And if that's the cover story we need, should we need one, no one's going to argue about us going to meet the Pendragons in Katapesh. They are well known.
And I doubt anyone's going to ask anyway.
And if we need another excuse, not that we do, I could be checking into the Pathfinder Society, seeing as I am a member. That again is not unusual. And then she'll sit on the stairs and wait to see what happens. And she'll say, "Selenia,
Yeah.
I know we need to move quickly, but do you have a moment to do that thing we talked about?"
Question is, when will we be setting out? Do we want to set out at night? Do we want to set out at day, or do we want to set out immediately?
It would depend when we can get supplies and horses that we need. That'll be the
And whether we're going to wait for our headbands or not.
I don't think waiting for the headbands in this case would be appropriate. It would take too long. Is there any possibility? Is there any possibility we could pick these up in Katapesh?
That's where he's getting them from, but if he's getting them from Kashapesh, then I'm guessing we could possibly pick them up or have them delivered to a safer place.
Then why don't we make arrangements to make our payments now and pick them up there?
Well, there is one slight drawback with that. If we pay him now, we would have to give over the replacements, and I really don't want to be without mine until the new one arrives.
Hold
No
on,
disrespect.
I think
considering how much we were going to be getting for these, we can potentially offer these gems as collateral, so that we would not need to, and we can potentially pick them back up on return.
Whatever works.
And yeah, if you guys wish to go and argue, if you guys
No. She'll say whatever works. I think, as Jared has pointed out on a number of occasions, the sands of time are ticking. We should make a move and start organising things for our away.
If you guys want to go and speak to the merchants, I will go and find out if I go to a stable and try and find transport.
Then somebody should speak with the merchant to determine whether or not we can pick up the items, and then somebody should inform Alma what we are doing.
Well, yeah, once we know how long it would take to get the relevant supplies, we can then.
Alma may be able to expedite things.
True. I'll go tell her. I guess I was going to travel. I was going to go anyway, and I think Garavel's in charge of transport anyway. Seems to be like the right-hand man, from what I remember.
So how long did Pethrax? How long is this thing with Meredith going to take? Was it an hour or more? I don't remember.
I thought it was an hour.
So yeah, it was, if I remember correctly from my notes, the ritual was going to take about an hour.
All right. We all, unless anybody else has something, then I think we all have our things to do.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll go and see Alma and let her know what our plan, and then I will, after that, depending on what the regardless, really, I'm going to go and see whoever would be stable master and speak about acquiring transportation.
Alright, so you talk to Alma, and she actually had an escort prepared for you, including transport. So with you guys leaving the guards behind, you of course have all the transports possible. An entire string of camels for you to ride, and it would be about a 6-day journey, she informed.
Yeah, I would let her know that there will only be 5 of us providing escort.
She understands and says that the party is what it is as long as they get the job done.
That's fine. Then, if I know where all the escort and transport and supplies are, I would then go and
We also need to know where her friend is.
yeah, an address, contact,
Yep.
anything, description, anything really.
Yes, and she would provide all that information to you.
Yeah. And okay. I would then go and just have a look at the transport, just make sure it's all good, and then I guess how many days is it to Kalapesh?
6.
Okay. So then make sure that we have enough food and other supplies. Make sure everyone's got, tent, everything like that.
All right. As for Meredith's thing, is there anything you'd need me to roll for that, Pethrax?
There's nothing to be rolled, but if you guys would like to go over it with the party, kind of role play it for everyone.
Are we doing this thing in front of everyone, or are we doing this on our own?
That's up to you.
That's up to everyone here. I mean, we've spent a lot of time with selling stuff, and I know not everyone was able to get involved in that.
I'm quite happy. If it needs to be expedited in another way, that we can do, and they could simply, do a check to see if they notice Meredith different in any way. Is that how? I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I just think we've spent a lot of time shopping, so I'm very conscious of pushing along.
The other question I have is who is physically the one going to be holding the scroll of Kakishan?
That's a good question. I would recommend someone who's going to probably not be in a lot of danger. So maybe Eliza or Artemis, perhaps. I don't know, maybe yourself. Probably not me. I would recommend because one, I'm not natural, and two.
I mean, let's look. So George is going to be required greatly if there is to be battle. Meredith is going to be very much dragon form if this ever kicks off, I should imagine. So if that is the case, she will be in battle. I don't know which direction Artemis has gone, whether she is heavily dragon melee or whether she is heavily spell.
I would suggest that. So, other than in flight, Selenia is way too slow to be handling that. If escape becomes necessary, she is not going to be the one to do that. Especially as a paladin wanting to flee and run away from people.
Kind of thing you do.
I'm kind of saying Selenia.
I don't do melee.
So here we go. So Artemis is not going to be in. So I would say either Artemis or Eliza.
That's my jury as well.
Because the rest of us are all very much important for melee, whereas Artemis will be standing behind doing magic, as would Charlie, and actually Eliza might be better. Artemis might be better
medium range.
Because if we need to get flight or get flee, then a dragon fleeing with a scroll would be fairly quick, I should imagine.
It's also you can fly as well, which will give you another advantage. So I think
maybe Artemis is the best to carry it.
I'm also big.
Say.
That's my leaning as well. But you're big only when you want to be. Other than that, you're an elf.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay, then that's my vote. Then I'll agree with that. The scroll of Kakishan go to Artemis, and I'm just making sure we know where it is.
Artemis, check.
Check what?
You have the scroll of Kakishan.
Do I have to roll something?
No, you just need to make sure that it's on your sheet. So when we need it later, we know you're the one who has it. If we need to find it, you have it. You can decide where it is, whether it's in your bag, whether you hid it somewhere, etc., etc., etc. That's your responsibility where it is.
Okay. What is it called?
The Scroll of Kakishan.
How do you spell that?
I think is this.
Correct.
I'll just shove it into my notes.
Okay, so Artemis has the Scroll of Kakishan.
Yep.
The party has... so whoever goes to the battle market would find out that in fact it was Katapesh that the market was going to obtain the items from. So upon arriving to Katapesh, you would be able to finalize the purchase.
Okay.
Okay, we could do that then. So as long as we got the details of where to go, we would do the purchase in Katapesh because we're going there. As regards oh no, we haven't done it. Just regards Meredith's ritual, she goes off with Selenia. Comes back down as Meredith. That's it.
Last thing I have for Pethrax here is on my sheet. I currently have this item that's described as chest of stuff that has a weight of 120. I'm assuming that's all the stuff that we were, most of the stuff we're carrying. So unless there's some reason, I'd like to delete it from my sheet.
Yeah, no, go right ahead. That was exactly what it was.
Was it just random, non-interesting stuff?
All I have it listed as is as chest of stuffs
Hey,
with a weight of 120.
Interesting.
Specific
Yep.
Yeah, stuff.
stuff.
Okay.
All right.
I take it there is no way of getting word to Katapesh quicker than us getting there.
Other than well, if the merchant,
I mean, you could
if the
pay a
merchant had-
messenger who'd be faster than us, because we would. Obviously, we're moving.
See, the only thing I would be doing is sending a very quick note
I'm
to
back.
my parents. Quick note to my parents that says, "I'm
I'm visiting.
visiting with friends. Don't worry, you don't need to be embarrassed. This is business. I know, it would be nice to say hello, and I have some business for you. I have some business inquiries for you to make with you. I just wanted to tell you I was coming."
My suggestion on that is let's talk back to the magic item vendor. Considering he's not, instead of having it delivered, he has to send out a messenger to say they're picking it up. Tip him a couple extra gold to give the message to your parents.
Yeah, and I'll do that. I'll tip him a couple of gold. I'll take a couple of gold. I'll take a whatever it is, the cost of that off my sheet, which would be what? How much would that cost me, Pathrax? Would that be a couple of gold, a silver?
For what again?
To give the messenger. So if we're sending a message with the order to say we're picking it up in Katapesh, to slip a little extra note to my parents just to announce that I'm coming with friends on business to see them. How much would it cost me to just send that message by messenger?
Let me take a look here.
Especially since the messenger's already going there, they just have to make another local message to somebody once they get there.
Right.
Sorry, I've got to do some math.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I love
Not
math.
not math.
Okay, so you're able to go 40 miles a day for 6 days.
I'll be right back.
Alright, so it would take about 5 gold for that message.
5 gold, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, I've taken 5 gold off my amount of money that I have. Done.
Alright, so the message is sent. The party is prepared to take off.
Yeah.
Alright. So, just gotta take a quick peek here. Alright, so for the first day, you all are able to travel without any kind of events, no wandering packs of monsters, just nice, simple travel by camel.
Excuse me.
Second day continues. And again, just a nice, boring day.
I think for once we're 2 days out, Selenia will adopt a human form to look more inconspicuous.
Alright. Artemis, are you in human or elf form?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So yeah, just another long day of riding the camel for 40 miles. Alright.
Lawrence of Arabia, eat your heart out.
Though we're not quite inspiring uprisings.
Not yet.
Well, if I find the Ottomans, I'll let you know.
Man, I never knew riding peacefully be so boring. I want to hit something. Yeah, barbarian getting angsty, boys.
Well, on your third day,
You're jumped by the ghost of Thiel.
I can take him.
You probably could. It's like, can he survive the impact? Although he'd probably act first.
Artemis, you might want to change to elf.
I do not remember how to do that.
Right-click, multi-side, choose side, and then pick your elf.
I do hate to. I don't think we.
I also like to point out that
Thing.
my multi-side isn't there. I can't do that.
yes, you can.
Well, right. How do you do it? You just
Right,
right on. Yeah, I'm right clicking on my on my character, and she's not doing anything.
Oh, that's because for some
Okay.
reason it's not set to you. Let me fix that.
Yeah.
Now I can.
I'd probably be riding like near the front.
Yay! Good. Good.
Okay, so an oasis. How nice.
What a perfect place for an ambush.
Is it midnight at the Oasis?
Really?
Oh yes, really.
Currently, the greatest source of damage so far has been from a pun.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
time for the real damage, not just the emotional ones.
Oh, indeed.
Emotional damage.
Oh, I'm gonna need a lot more dice for that.
Emotional. I was saying, what damage type would that be?
You suffer emotional damage. That's 25 D12s.
I was actually debating with somebody at work, like what would like emotional damage be as a debuff, like a point negative on charisma, and just like was it like disadvantage rolls on all like on all skills?
Well, you'd have to have some sort of fatigue or something along those lines.
Something would have to be. Something would have to be its own mechanic.
Yeah, like it could be like, was it you're stunned for like a minute because process just how badly you've just been.
You take intelligence and charisma drain.
Oof.
Alright, so, near the evening of the third day, by the map, you are approaching an oasis. And you happen to see a few birds circling in the sky as you crest the top of a dune and come to the scene where you see the oasis before you and a few other things by the shore.
So this does look suspicious.
Boy, the birds circling, were they carrion birds?
You'd be able to surmise that, yeah.
Let's do a sense evil in the area. And, of course, keep the torch handy, which means protection from evil and heroism's up.
Nice. Yeah, I guess. We'll keep moving in. If probably dismount first, and start leading camel towards just something a bit of a better position. So I guess just move forward. What are we? 40 feet. I guess I'll just move forward here. Just so I can actually see a bit better.
Alright, so Selenia, detecting evil, you are not able to pick anything up.
Yeah, that just means I'm not close enough at the moment, which is fine. But
Or it's wild animals that wouldn't
Yeah.
be evil anyway. So yeah, an inch further, a little forward.
Okay, so as you get closer, you are able to see several extremely mangled and very dead bodies. Some belonging to gnolls, some to the hyenas, but at this point, you can't tell how many intact bodies there would have been. You are only seeing pieces scattered about.
I am going to let go of the reins of my cat and make sure I have my hammer in my hands.
Being that Meredith will cast Mage Armor on herself,
I'll dismount and lead by reins.
May I
Get my flute out in my hand.
have a look and see if I can see any tracks in the sand with a survival check?
Go ahead. Give me a survival check.
35.
This is 2 days in, so if I was at any penalties from the ritual, I'm better now. Is that fair to say, Pathrax?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have my count on what's on my abilities is back to a proper number.
Alright, and like roll 20 has
Who's
just
beeping
crashed,
and-
so
Who's beeping and booping?
Sorry, my phone.
Ah, fair.
alright, there we go. So, Jaren, you start surveying the scene, and you see that there are, in addition to these bodies, a few more details. The bodies are somewhat burned and melted, and there are bits of rope strewn about everywhere, and you see a particularly disturbed area right by the oasis.
Okay. Is there some check I could possibly make to see if I could know what might have done this? Nature, maybe? See if those match any kind of creature that I might know of?
Okay.
I can roll like nature or local if there might be something particular in this area that I might know of. Whatever, really. But
Okay, so this would be a knowledge. What type is this thing? Knowledge nature.
okay, I'll give it a go. It's probably 21.
So you think that the mark, the disturbed sand, is similar to kind of the burrows of a death worm, but you're not quite certain.
Oh, that sounds not fun.
Oh, great.
I was
Yeah.
thinking exactly the same
Munchies.
thing.
We got a sand munchie.
Okay.
Cue the worm.
Okay. Well, anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out to those behind me and just say there's disturbances in the sand over there. I'm going to move forward. Be careful. It's probably some kind of worm. And then I'm gonna hammer at my side. I'm gonna start to move forward again, kind of looking at the ground. So where's the sand disturbed roughly on the map? Whereabouts? Over there. Okay, I'm gonna kind of head kind of move up, kind of around, but just heading towards, kind of just a bit to the side towards the water.
Okay, and
With the comment about it being a worm, I'd like to redirect my detect evil somewhat more at the ground.
you still detect nothing.
Good enough.
Yeah, I would like to be trying to see if I can notice any movement in the sand or anything that might indicate where it is or where it might move. But yeah, I'm basically going to be stepping across.
So as you step up, the disturbances, you can tell that there is like shallow bits and then a very pronounced raised area. Let's just say that it has a -10 modifier to this check, so yeah, you can kind of see where it is.
Okay. Right. So, okay. I'm going to be in my Primal Warrior stance, just to make myself a little bigger, plant my feet onto the ground, so I...
Okay.
Well, I will do two things, if I may.
Okay.
Party life-linked. And at this point in time, if I'm going to be any use and worth pending comment, let's go back to Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say start to move towards where it is, hammer in hand, waiting to see fraction of where this thing is, so I can fucking pound it into the dirt.
More so.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm just gonna move forward.
Okay. So, Jack, go ahead and...
Selenia, just as soon as you change back into your dragon form, you feel like just something sort of rub up against your front leg. And looking down, you see Jolt looking up at you. My lady sent me to warn you that there are people on the dune just over there. They've been watching the party for some time.
Which... Oh, jeez.
You haven't gone unnoticed. And it is thanks to her that you have this warning.
Good. Motion you closer. Motion you closer. Call out and motion you closer.
Okay, I will. Yeah, I'll start walking back, but I'll basically walk backwards until I get to like this spot, and then I'll turn around and walk towards you. What? What is it?
Is Jolt still visible?
Yes. He's very, very small, which is why he's able to sort of just not be as noticeable.
Kind of motioned towards that and said we were just given a warning that there's some people over the dune that have been watching this for a while. Keeping it, of course, low.
Well, until they do anything, I'm quite happy to let them watch. We've got other problems. We want to get through this oasis. Okay, oh, fine.
Because Jolt and Seraph can communicate telepathically, Seraph's just going to relay information to Jolt, in which he will say to Selenia, "She's watching them on the dune. For now, you should be safe. I will be able to stay with you and provide you anything that she can find out."
Well, I'm assuming everyone here can hear the message.
I'm keeping it very quiet, but yes.
Best be on our
So
guard.
currently, just to make note of this, Seraph, you will currently be about 600 feet up in the air and about 400 feet behind the party.
Yeah.
Okay, and so
Well, I mean, if they're watching, let's give them something to watch, shall we?
Yes. We should probably still find out all of our threats rather than worrying about potential ones. Especially, is there anything here? You said there was something else out there.
Yes, don't worry. I'll make sure it'll come out soon enough. I'm gonna go to where I was before, and I'm gonna whack the ground with Groundbreaker.
As Jaren is walking off, I pretty much mutter over to Meredith and go, "Yeah, I wish that put me at ease, but it doesn't."
No, but I'll keep you safe. Don't worry.
Making sure to whisper to Artemis as well to be careful.
I am. I'm gonna because Artemis has got the scroll, hasn't she?
Yes.
Artemis is the one who has scroll, yes.
So I'm going to put my hand out and touch Artemis and say, Artemis, how do you fancy being invisible?
What does that entail?
That
You will
would
just
Can't be
vanish
seen.
and you just can't be seen until you attack something
or cast a spell,
or cast a spell.
I think.
Might come in useful. I'd cast it on myself, but I think with you having the scroll, it might be better if you disappeared. But you don't have to if you don't want to.
Artemis might actually have the ability to do it herself as well.
I think she
Hey,
does.
I don't know that because I haven't seen her fully go places. So I'm just offering like friendly. How do you fancy being invisible? But
No, I understand. I'm just reminding Artemis
Yeah.
that Artemis has the possibility of potentially. I don't know if they can do the same or not. I don't remember.
Yeah, okay.
so I've asked
That
the
is
question.
negative.
Okay, then you got that. Then that's you. That's up to you to answer.
So there we go. I'm offering you the chance of invisibility.
Sure, why not?
I will cast invisibility on Artemis. And just for flavor.
Since they're doing
Oh! I've got another idea as well, but I'm burning spells here. There we go. That's my spell for you, Artemis.
By the way, as I'm walking out from like
I could do earth tremors. That'll piss the fucking snake
from like
off.
here to here, I'm basically going to be like using my hammer almost like a kind of walking aid and just kind of boom onto the ground, like just to try and make a lot of noise. But I'm keeping aware and I'm keeping a tight grip on the haft.
You're genuinely playing whack-a-mole out there right now.
I mean, it's a very big mole, but sure.
Well, you got a big hammer.
But yeah, do I know?
I mean, I do have earth tremor, which means I could send a flipping earthquake down the whole thing.
We'll see.
all right. So
I have a couple questions.
go ahead.
Since the invisibility was casted on me, does it prevent me from changing back into a dragon?
No.
No.
Second question. Does it go away if I cast spells or no? It's just seen
Yes.
if spells are cast. Or it
Attack.
goes away if spells are cast.
Was it until you attack or cast? a
So
spell?
here is the wording. The spell ends if the subject attacks any creature. For purposes of the spell, an attack includes any spell targeting a foe or whose area of effect includes a foe.
So you can buff yourself and
Or others in your
yeah.
party.
Yeah, it's just
But-
it determines as attack is just something that hinders or damages an opponent.
Yeah, so yeah, you can basically buff yourself and kind of move around as much as you want, but as soon as you do anything hostile, you will no longer be invisible.
Okay, understood. I think that I'm going to change it back into a dragon.
Nice.
Okay. So you're not going invisible?
No, she is still.
It's not a
She-
hostile action.
She's
so-
now a large invisible dragon.
Yes, that was half the idea I had in my head. What could be more deadly than an invisible dragon?
an actual invisible dragon.
We
It's more
just lost Selenia.
It was like it was invisible, and then suddenly was a. It'd be funny if she didn't tell you this. You turned an elf invisible, and as soon as it wears off, just boom, dragon! Like, whoa, that's not how I left you.
And we were close enough to hear
Apparently, I
about
did abruptly as well.
watching, right?
Yes.
Apparently, my Discord ends abruptly as well. I need to reboot. I'll be right back. I'll stay on voice, but I won't be able to access Roll20 for a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
The other thing, of course, with her being invisible, until she does an action, those people that are watching her do not know that there is another dragon here. They just think there's an elf here who's
That was my
disappeared.
idea, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we'll see.
Mine, they don't know about me, but they will get mine visually, which is why I haven't changed yet.
It'd be funny if Wizard just took off, flew over to the Doom where those people were watching, and
Unless
just
I cast
hello
myself
there.
invisible.
It's like, hi, how you doing?
General Kenobi.
Yeah. Anyway, do I notice any movement from the?
I'm just saying, if you wanted to do that, Seraph, you can relay that to Jolt. Jolt can relay anything to Seraph, and then Seraph can get ready to attack from a different direction. They don't know that Seraph is watching them. They do not know of her.
Yeah.
Actually, we've now got ourselves a flying walkie-talkie.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
I
Yeah.
just had an idea.
Oh no.
What if Artemis flew over to them and just sat there?
What with the people?
Yes.
Well, they're going to know
mean-
you're there.
It
To be
might-
fair, I
it's
mean,
still
you
not
do
fair
only.
for-
So I would like to point that out. You don't
Yeah.
have you. It's not for very long. Yeah. But,
minute per level,
Yeah. Do I?
so 9 minutes.
It's a timed spell.
Yeah. Most buffs have a duration.
I did not know that. Withdrawn.
However, if you have the invisibility spell yourself, you could always refresh it.
I don't.
Because it's not a spell that actually targets or damages another creature. You could just recast it and refresh the time.
Quick question: in your dragon form, how heavy are you?
No, it's only the object.
Oh, that's
that
£100 a
matters.
level.
That's only the object, not the creature. And even so, I'm pretty sure 900.
Yeah,
I
I was
have
gonna
this
say,
written down.
yeah, you're not not the kind of a weight of a car.
Yeah, remember,
Pretty sure
she's
she's
large,
heavier.
not medium.
Even so, I think I'm pretty sure it's the.
I think it applies to both. Like it's like a object or creature less than £900.
She's more than 900 pounds.
Take it I can only cast
How would
invisibility
you
on
rule
one
this?
person.
Pathrax?
Also, Pethrax, this group of people that I can see on the who are hiding, watching. Can I see anything about them? Are they well armed?
How about number?
Yeah, how many of them are there?
And
Is this where we find out that his children has attacked the headphones as well as the mouse?
Also, since this is sort of after seeing sort of the elf go invisible, Seraph might just sort of think, actually, that's a pretty good idea, and she might just do the same on herself, because I believe I've got.
So per the weight question, 2,231.
Heavy dragon.
Large.
It's a
Yeah.
large category creature. Not surprising.
Yeah, because
Do that as well.
She is 12 feet long, 12 feet tall, 2,231 pounds.
but anyway, so
Okay, sorry about that. No, children decide to attack.
no problem.
I genuinely thought that was the case.
I also have the option to just be just like, you know, thundercloud appear over them and just.
Alright, so Meredith, you are maintaining the invisibility spell on Artemis. Jaren is making his way forward. Seraph, did I hear correctly that you were turning invisible as well?
I think he was
Is there-
considering it.
It's Jolt that we know is here, but we didn't know if Seraph was actually here.
Well, we know she's around. Jack? Jack.
Probably wrestling with the building. Nope,
Oh, my
not this
bad.
one.
She is 13 feet tall and 2,200 pounds.
So, Petrax, that's what we were trying to ask before your
Sorry, what was that?
The effect of invisibility, it's £100 per level? Does that apply to creatures? And if so, if she changes to something that exceeds it, would that cancel the effect?
No. Read that again. You, or a creature, or object weighing no more than 100 pounds per
Normally when I
level.
see stuff like that, it applies to both conditions.
No. When there's an or, it's separating them.
Yeah. Oh,
So it's you, block. A creature, block.
It says,
Or an object weighing no more than 100 pounds per level.
So it's the object that weighs, not the creature, or
Correct.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
only weight restriction is in regards to the object.
so you can't like turn a building invisible with a second level spell.
But if you yourself was the size of a building, that's completely fine.
Yeah.
Yes, makes sense.
But anyhow, so I'm whacking the ground with my hammer a little. Do I notice any movement on the thing?
So, as you get to where you are, these two beings erupt. And
Hey.
because you are forewarned, it is not a surprise round.
Hey,
But let's have
friend.
some initiative.
Dude, it's not one worm, it's two worms.
It's like, damn, you
That's okay. We've got three.
Well, it's more. It's okay. We have a very angry half elf.
Yes, there is that.
I'm just putting Seraph on here just so that I can roll the initiative for her.
Oh god, that's just creepy.
It's Tremors.
That
Actually,
doesn't
no.
make it any less creepy.
I haven't seen that for ages.
Seraph is going first, maybe.
It's the only good roll you're going to get so far. Enjoy it.
I think I prefer the orange worm shaking his head.
Where do I go for initiative?
Much more
You
friendly.
click on your token first. So
You
click
click
on your
on-
token, bring up your character sheet.
And
Yeah,
then
I'm on my sheet.
it's on the
IT.
core. It's on the core. Yeah, it's the init.
Oh dear.
Oh,
boy.
yay, there we go.
Oh,
Now getting back to normal.
Yeah.
Hey,
Selenia with an actual one on the initiative check, of course.
I mean,
And don't forget, everyone, that your life link, please, for ease of use, mark it
What's the range of the protection and all that?
That is
protection
currently marked by
is
the
your-
aura.
The aura, you're 5 feet out of it.
Is that only 25?
30.
I'm 30 feet away.
It's a 30-foot radius, so the squares are a little wonky, but it is the
Alright.
circle.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think I can.
You literally,
Remember,
if you were
you're
here,
using
it would be
diagonals.
fucking theater.
Diagonals eventually
There's a
count
lot of
for
people talking
extra.
at the same time.
Was it like 5, then 10, then 5 again? I remember reading.
That's fair. I'll just let me just turn that shit off then. That's fine. I don't mind. I don't need it anyway.
Ooh, somebody's double life linked. Fancy.
I have a
Oh,
quick question.
that's because I
before
put it
things
there.
happen.
Alright,
What's your question?
Oh, no, wrong button.
I know about the
Charlie dead.
if I myself cast spells to a hostile creature, it cancels out the invisibility. But what about using a magical item?
If it's a,
If it would count
if it
as an attack, I imagine so.
yeah, it's
Correct.
any action that will harm or
I
obstruct. Or,
think I get what you're getting at.
Even using an item.
With a charge.
That is
Yeah.
the same as casting the spell yourself. So
Yeah,
Okay.
like, yeah, using a scroll. Yeah, it for all intents and purposes counts as casting it.
Okay.
If you use a scroll or a wand or staff or anything like that.
yeah, it's
That's
still
what
an
I was
attack.
wondering.
Anyhow, so
All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sarah. There. Did put you on there, but we'll fix that.
No, I only put Sarah on there so that I could roll her initiative.
yeah, but yeah, your initiative for some reason didn't come up on the.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, it did for me.
Yeah, it did.
All right. So, Sarah, you are currently essentially 1,000 feet away. What would you like to
Uh-huh.
do?
What is the radius of this? I'm too far away anyway. It doesn't really matter. I'm just thinking what I could do to buff myself. Or actually, what is the? Hold on. Let me just check this spell. If you want to let someone else go first, I'm just checking a spell. So.
Yeah, no, I'm perfectly fine with that. All right. Jaren, there's a giant worm in front of you.
Nice.
Okay, good.
I'm fine with that.
It's only within 20 foot of myself. That one wouldn't work. What about Dancing Darkness?
So
It is going to. And I gotta measure this quick.
That would work.
Okay. So, Jaren, you are the only one that would be caught in this because it's only a 20-foot line. But this creature rears up, and you see electricity crackle around its mouth, and it spits electricity at you. I will need a reflex save.
sure.
Don't forget protection from me. Oh, that's Jared. Never
No,
mind.
yeah, I'm too far away.
And
You're
it's probably
out of
going to
range.
be evil anyway.
Reflex isn't something I care about anyway.
You
okay.
bash.
It's only
push
7
through.
points of damage.
7. Okay, that's fine.
No, there's not. I don't know. That's just any spells I
I don't. Yeah, my DR doesn't count against this, does it? Because it's energy. Because DR doesn't count against energy damage, does it? That would be resistance.
Alright.
Range touch. It's a touch.
Is that it? Is that all it's doing?
Yes.
Okay. I am angry, and
Okay.
therefore I'm going to rage.
He's gonna go Hulk.
Yeah, that'll do. Okay, I'm already in Primal Warrior stance, and I am going to
Charge 5 feet.
how big are we going to be with this? How big do I want to go? First off, let's go pretty big. Okay, I'm going to start off with a Raging Hunter Pounce because why not? Actually, yeah, why not? So I'm going to actually no. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to 5-foot step forward, and then I'm going to use my Furious Primal Wrath attack. So let me just add that buff in order to make a swing with my hammer. So, and we will see what happens here. So I've got Furious Focus. I've got Primal Wrath, Furious Weapon, Power Attack, Reckless Stance, Rage, blah, 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 blah. Good. Okay, and I will make my attack, and there is no extra damage on this. Okay, so 33 for 71 damage.
That hits.
Okay, that's
Not surprised. 33 against armor class. I would be very surprised if that didn't hit.
okay. So that and that is my Furious Primal Wrath. So yeah.
Crunch.
All right, Meredith.
Meredith. Meredith is going to move out and move in front of Eliza. And she is then going to... We're going to code. How far does that work? I'm going to cast Ear-Piercing Scream. At the wormy here.
Okay. That is a Fortitude save. And it passes. So it takes half damage, so 8.
8 sonic damage. Yes, and you don't get dazed.
You basically shouted harsh language at it.
No, I basically roared at it.
Screamed at it.
I screamed at it, so it came out like a guttural dragon's roar. Very, very loudly. Which looked odd as was human.
Well, no one else heard it. All they saw was like a ripple of sound.
Yes, inaudible.
Inaudible. Yeah. But what it heard was a dragon roar, a very loud dragon roar.
Alright. Eliza.
Oh, Selenia,
Yes.
I have whispered to you on roll 20.
Unfortunately, let me double check that. With that crash, I did not completely pay attention. I was opening stuff up again. Let me look.
Do you want me to resend it on roll 20? Or do you
I see it. I'm scrolling up and I see it.
Cool.
what I'm going to do is 5-foot step to go side by side. I will activate. I'm going to go for Inspire Courage with my move action. So everyone now under the.
And I have to relaunch the game again.
Now it's what to do with my standard action. So what spell do I want to throw into the equation?
And the answer to Jolt is use your best judgment on what to do.
Let's see. Would this spell be any good? I was supposed to say this spell would be good, but unfortunately, I am nowhere near close enough to use it. Partly because I'd have to touch, so that's a no.
Go stand next to the giant sandworm. What could go wrong?
You. It's you that I need to stand. I would have needed to stand next to.
All right.
And you're also far too far away for me to even consider haste either. Let's see. I really don't know what to choose.
Whispered again, by the way.
Actually, this one might be okay. So, they're both in range. So, let's see. Oh yeah, so I'm going to need to... So I'm going to roll 1d4, because I'm going to try and use Distressing Tone. So I will need to roll d4. I can choose both of them, so I need a fort save out of both of them. If they fail, then I'll need to. Then it'll be sickened for 9 rounds.
Okay.
I won't need to spend maintenance on my.
Sickened is a really good debuff if you can get it.
Yeah, but it's only level 2, so I'm not as optimistic.
We'll see. I mean, they've probably got quite a lot of decent comp, but it's worth trying.
Yes, they are able to resist your scream as well.
It was worth a shot. That's it. That's all I've got.
Okay. Other big snake.
Seeing how ineffective the lightning breath was, this one is just going to come up and nom at Jaren.
Okay.
You're getting nommed at, Jared.
That's
Nom nom
fine.
nom.
That's fine.
I don't remember from last session. Is Jaren good?
What, health-wise?
No, as in alignment-wise. So if I do something that only affects neutral and evil people, will Jaren get plastered?
I'm good. You've used that shit before. I'm good.
Yes, I'm trying to remember because I know I did. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. I'm good.
You're good, weren't you?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not lawful. I'm a barbarian. Let's put it that way.
Oh no, I'm not saying lawful. I'm talking about good.
Yeah. Okay. What do they whack me for? It's probably gonna hit. Let's be real. My armor class is.
Yeah. It manages to bite you pretty hard.
Okay. I'd like to use bloody riposte if that would be okay as a reaction, as a immediate action.
Okay.
Just to.
It bites you and you break the tooth off that bit you.
It is an addition.
So, first, you are going to take...
Yeah.
Oh, ouch.
20...
Oh, good morning!
You're going to take 28 points of damage and then 8 additional points of acid damage.
Okay, so 28. That's reduced by 3.
Your
because
damage is off because you have Furious Primal Wrath on there.
Fuck! I thought I'd remove
So
that. Okay,
that's
minus 35 from that. Then it's still nice damage, but yeah, I need to. That's the only thing that shouldn't be on there. So it's 50, 45. Then
Got
it's
it.
45 base. Yeah, that's my bad.
Actually, you can't. It's not in range. You don't have 10 foot of reach.
No, because I don't think. Let me just double check because I don't think.
It's not a reach weapon.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, I'd forgotten that matters of reach. Oh, that's fine. I just don't use it. That's okay. It's
So-
fine. It is
I
what it is.
thought that would be that kind of thing, like it hits you. Like
I
recoiling from its attack, you just swing
No,
wildly.
it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, but it takes 28, which is reduced by 3 because of my DR, which so that's 25. Give me a sec.
And then 8 points of acid damage as well.
Okay, so
Does the acid damage recur?
It does not.
So what? So is this the worm in front of Jaren has just bitten him with acid damage,
And the one to the left.
or is it the one to the left has bitten him for acid damage?
The one on the left seems acid. The one on the right seems electrical.
Oh, good God.
okay, so
Okay,
that's
so I know what I
fine.
need to do then. Okay,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
okay. Okay.
Patrick, you never answered my question earlier on. Do I know how many people are watching and if they're relatively well armed or not?
Alright. So, I just realized what time it is. It is technically time for our lunch break.
Okay.
So we will stop the recording here. We will come back in an hour's time. So that'll be 1:10 p.m. Central. Adjust for your time zones accordingly.
It would be 10
Hey,
past
Google, set an alarm for 1 hour.
7 for us.
7
Yeah,